Welcome, everybody, to the liftoff here for the North American Strikers League Season 7, and things are just going to get crazy. We're starting it off right now, and the stakes have never been higher. I'm NVNYC here, joined by my boy Slav, and we are getting into the game right now. We have SCP versus Nova here, and Slav, talk to me a little bit about maybe this format, how things are going, maybe like the League of Legends World stuff.
Yeah, League of Legends Worlds is relevant here because it is the same format that they're using for the group or now Swiss stage at Worlds, where it's Trifecta Swiss, meaning every single team is going to be playing at the very least 3 games today. They need to win 3 to progress into landing. If they lose 3, they drop out of the qualification and will be playing in NASL. Relevant here as well to mention is that every game that's not a qualification game, so every game that does not... Oh, okay, sorry, really gonna save. Anyways, every game that's not gonna either put you 3-0 or 0-3 is gonna be a best of 1. Only qualification games are gonna be best of 3. So right now, we're in round 1 of the Trifecta Swiss, which means this is a best of 1 game between the scriptwriters and People's Supernova. The winner of them is just going to go up against another team that's also 1-0, which is also going to be best of 1 again. You'll get the gist of it as we're going through it more and more, but it's an interesting format. It's a format I personally very much like, and I'm excited to see how the teams are going to do today.
Yeah, no, that's very cool. Teams just get like kind of a lot more time to play, a lot more time to really get the synergy down, feel the nerves, feel what the other teams have got coming, because like you said, 3 wins is what you're looking for, and 3 losses. I mean, you've got 3 losses to deal with. Most brackets, you know, it's 0-2 and you're gone, but we're going to keep playing here as the side of CP is going to... Well, oh, actually got a kill here. Blue team looking quite good. My screens are not perfectly set yet. Megaverse going to dribble the ball a little bit, hold the line until we have another teammate to return. Yet to check out names here. Sovereign back on the board. Moomin Sama going to send it on over to Celestia. Not going to be able to find this barrier just yet, though. Logan looking a little bit weak here, though. Definitely primed to get the kill. Megaverse also going to try to find it, but could not get through the side, but no problem. We got Eternal getting that piercing shot right over to Sovereign to score that point. 2-0 right now. Looking good. And, I mean, you really want to start winning early in this bracket because, you know, as you're finding these losses stacking up, the pressure also is going to be stacking up. And it could just be like a matchup thing when you have no losses left to give. If you're like 0-2 or like 1-2. So you kind of want to give yourself the biggest chance here, though. Obviously, I'm saying winning is better, right?
I mean, you are saying winning is better, but that doesn't make it any less true, right? And talking about winning is better, scriptwriters are winning. They're taking that momentum and they're moving on with it, taking a first set victory already and giving themselves some kind of priority in this draft, as we see a lot of new awakenings as well. I do think the patch has dropped in between Launchpad and Liftoff, so this is also the first time we're seeing these teams compete on this iteration of the patch. So you can already see Mega Fuse and Accelerator, Inner Focus in. The starter awakening actually also were Rampage and Berserker, 2 awakenings that also did just come back in. Well, one came back in, the other one got added anew. But the draft itself, much more standard. We're seeing 1-2 Punch, we're seeing Hotshot, we're seeing Extra Special being taken. Reptile Remedy is back, which is also a really great awakening being picked up. The Mega Infused Accelerator finding its way onto Celestia there is interesting because it gives you a lot of speed to work with, but also makes you really squishy, which means Eternal might be able to look out for some KO angles on Celestia there.
Is definitely something to look out for. I mean, immediately just sending a couple of moves, not really, kind of more like a crossfire onto Celestia and losing just about all their health, and it's going to continue to go down, like you said. See if they can make good use of the speed, but man, oh, that path splitter will absolutely demolish the side of Nova here. Sovereign, great placement here with that ult, and yeah, like you mentioned here, Berserker new. I mean, the awakenings are definitely quite interesting. We do see all of them on the board here, as you mentioned that Berserker was a starter. I have yet to see like much comments, like too many comments saying like one of these is like broken or some sort of useless. I've actually, the only things I've seen was like they're a little less impactful than people have previously thought. But I do think that Omega Infused Accelerator definitely will have the most impact at one way or the other, as speed is basically the most important stat of this game. Celestia sending the ball right over back to Moonsama, no problem, doing a little back pass there, but losing their entire health bar to Sovereign, falling off the stage. Sovereign also looking quite strong with this flip right in the face of Mumbisama, but Just Logan doing a great job of helping out the defense. But now it's a flip situation, and Insangle actually gets it right through the entire team. Megaverse can't get there in time, and I mean, a teammate down and scoring the goal with that flip, that's the best value you can get.
That's about as good as you can get with it as well. Megaverse took a little bit too far of a step down there, and that opened up the angle. Mumbisama saw that. But now they have to deal with the offense from an Asher with a flip. Defended it pretty well as it stands. One barrier still up, but it's getting pressured quite heavily, and Just Logan actually about to die. Uses the flip as well, so no evates there anymore. Sovereign potentially can look for something, but is almost being taken out themselves there. As again, both brawlers down to 0 HP, just trying to stay alive. And the midfielding goalie's just kind of contesting the core control.
Nice. Celsi does find the final barrier, and they find themselves a kill as well. Double flip on the side of SCP, though. Megaverse and Eternal going to try their best to hold this line. Eternal definitely making an internal decision to say we are not going to flip here. We will flip when we can get the most value out of it instead of just holding the line. That was definitely a decision that was made, and it did not end the set, so we shall see if that flip can get way more value than holding that point.
Yeah, we'll have to see. Eternal is pushing up, trying to get a flip out here, but again, it's defended well, and Celestia has a flip available soon as well, so the energy advantage that the scriptwriters are having, it's slowly going away as people Supernova are just holding on to their defenses for now. Celestia using the flip there as well to try to get it out, but doesn't find an immediate answer. Logan, however, will find one of the barriers.
Nice work there. That flip looked a little bit awkward, but actually Logan made it work out nicely. Gets the barrier beam right in front. They do have a 3-man goalie to actually hold the line there, though. Celsi also playing a nice defense, keeping the ball away from Moonsama and doing a little bit of damage to Sovereign as well. Nice strike shot to keep that barrier up as well. Sovereign, yeah, I can't think of a character too much better than Kazan for finishing off kills when you are completely shattered. And now a nice 2v3 situation. Mumbisama's going to move up nicely, give a little bit of speed. Celsi going to hit it right back over to Logan. They don't find the goal just yet. Third teammate comes on back. Sovereign going to try to make it happen here, though, with the help of Eternal. Megaverse going to have to follow this ball, but oh my god, the Kazan situation just makes it so awkward. Dash in, hook, strike. It's really long range. Just Logan places himself perfectly to get that goal, and we're going to even up this set. Nova has Just Logan as their first choice.
Yeah, the Kazan looking at a few things here. Bulk up's definitely not a bad choice here. Stacks and Stacks also, again, you mentioned it before with the accelerator. Speed is so important, so the bulk up does drop to Logan, but I can imagine that Stacks and Stacks, or maybe even a Deadeye, falls onto Eternal here. Still holding out on that pick. Curious to see what they're waiting on. Stacks and Stacks now gets denied off of the side of scriptwriters. Deadeye does fall into Eternal's hands as Timeless Creator's being picked up for Sovereign, which is, it has niche interactions with Asher. It does actually do something. It doesn't feel great to pick it up as if you're a brawler, but it's also just a deny off of Celestia, because you do not want to deal with the turrets that stays around for that long, which makes a lot of sense that you're going from it for it then. Celestia still gets EE though, so I'm pretty certain she's pretty happy with her pickup. Whew.
Could agree with that, and they're going to find themselves out of here again. This is going to probably be a situation we find most often as a point. I mean, it hasn't gone all that long to lose your health from the Mega Accelerator, but focusing on to Amy, who has quite a low health pool, is certainly ideal for the side of SCP, as they're gonna get that kill, take that point, get a couple stacks of Rampage too. That's another interesting awakening where it's actually like, it feels like you can kind of ignore it for a while, but the second it shows up, it reminds you that it exists. It's already out of control. So you really have to like find a way to like kill these players, and that's exactly what they're doing. Sovereign had 2 stocks, was already gaining some size, and they get a kill right on there. So make that Rampage not really work out all that much. Celsi almost gets a really great good spot to put on a lot of pressure. Logan, nice back pass. We love that back pass right there from Logan, as SCP is going to hand the ball right on over to Sovereign. Look for this barrier. Almost gets 2. There's a really good angle, but not going to work out just yet. Certainly we have a cooldown for this. We have nothing. Nova, incredible gameplay right there, putting that ball in where it needs to go. Evens up this game.
Yeah, and I do want to touch on what you said as well with Rampage, because while they're getting Rampage stacks off of the side of scriptwriters, Logan is just stacking those up, right? And especially with how Size Awakenings have just continuously been getting nerfed in terms of how much they're giving, having a Rampage that at this point is on 6 stacks for Logan, that's 30% size on a Kazan. And I mean, we all know what Kazan can do if he has enough size. So the longer the set goes on, actually, the more difficult Logan is going to be to be dealing with for the side of scriptwriters, which makes it increasingly more difficult for them to try to hold on to these points. And you can already see it, they're 2-1 down again in this set. Only 1 goal away now for the side of People Supernova to be taking another set and only put them 1 set away from winning the game.
I know, I agree with everything you just said. I mean, this is a situation where if you're Megaverse, you're probably thinking to yourself, guys, everyone stop. Kill Logan immediately, because there's no more gameplay. You're losing every single strike war, and there's nothing I can do to stop this Kazan. So I think that could be a situation where they do a lot of focusing on killing this Kazan, spend your flips, do some damage, but they can't seem to find it just yet. Logan is just putting on so much pressure against the goal that the players are just trying to play ball with him. Like, that's kind of the situation, right? Like, Kazan is sort of uncontestable right now, and if you want to just use moves to, like, hit him and deal some damage or whatever, you're losing ball. You're losing ball horribly because he's just so powerful, and of course has like a really good aiming player right behind them who has a lot of range with this explosive entrance. So that set was just out of hand unless they found like an off-stage kill. But yeah, we'll see what happens next set when they keep that Rampage in mind. Just Logan 8 stacks, yikes.
Yeah, really, really rough to deal with. And it also doesn't help that Logan, I mean, Kazan's just really not that easy to kill. He has an evade built into his kit. He has speed up from Moonbeam Zone in the back. And also looking at the team comp that scriptwriters are playing, they're also not the best at finding kills. Eternal has a lot of damage output with the Estelle, of course. But Megaverse can't really do a lot. All of his shotguns are gonna have to go into defense to make sure you don't drop those barriers. You don't want to give that size. And Sovereign's on Asher. He's just gonna be very slow. Maybe he can find a 1-2 angle every once in a while. He's done it often already, finding several kills onto Selassie in the midfield through it. But again, Logan's just gonna be very tricky to deal with. And I'm looking at what was drafted, they did get a good amount of answers, as another KO gets found there actually. But I'm not sure if it's going to be enough to necessarily answer to what Logan is bringing to the table for the side of People Supernova right now.
Yeah, what we just saw might be a situation that will transpire more than once here, which is kill Selassie, considering that they have this Omega Infusion Accelerator, and then just simply don't lose barriers, because it's 2v3. Like, they could try to make that situation work. It is hard to just simply kill on command, but it's working in the first few sets here, though, as they're going to try to kill Logan, but like you mentioned, it's just really hard to kill. Regular evade, an extra evade, lots of range, and finds a kill themselves. Okay, they do end up getting it in this interesting 2v2 situation. I'm going to send it right on down to Selassie. Oh, wow, blasted! Right on off the board. Okay, Moonbeam Sama is going to flip. Oh my gosh, they did actually... I wonder, did Moonbeam Sama hit the ball there and then lose it instantly to Eternal? Did they hold full time?
No, the Moonbeam Sama did hit the ball and just instantly lost it. Eternal was just completely in their head there with timing yeah. And just completely stole that away. 2 kills and a goal. That's going to be such a huge upswing in momentum for them as well, and in mental as well. Because you are down a set, you need to find these important points, and it seems to work for you so far. Both barriers down right now, because obviously Megaverse under their car has some difficulty at defending into something like a Kazan. So the barriers are going to be difficult to hold on to, but even then you again have Selassie really low, and that 1 barrier down now on the side of Moonbeam as well. Oh, no one's touching the core! Someone get it! The flip comes through! Megaverse gets it out, Sovereign tries to get an attack, but again, barrier stays alive.
Yeah, crazy situation there, though. Man, Logan goes straight in, and barely a mix-up. Actually, it's kind of like the no mix-up where you're just doing the fastest option that you could, and that was kind of tough to react with there, and has the pop-up right behind it, so makes things quite different for Megaverse, and that's going to work out here for Nova. Looking quite good, a set ahead right now, definitely best of ones, as we have already mentioned before, so big wins coming in here. The pressure's going to be building up a little bit for SCP, as they're going to lose 1 barrier here, 1 barrier each, sends out the strike shot to try to, oh, careful with that path splitter, that'll send you right on off the map here, though. Okay, Selassie using that evade to not to lose too much health to Sovereign. I mean, man, the longer the point goes on, the less health you just have if you're Selassie here. You can't turn it off. You picked the Awakening, it's just on. So you have to play like that the entire time here, though. Sovereign gonna send the ball on up to Megaverse, almost makes it work out, but a triple defense here is gonna certainly win the ball on the bottom side. That great strike shot is gonna steal that final barrier. Moonbeam has a chance to give the ball on over to Logan and Celisy, who's looking really weak right now, gonna actually bail to grab some of that healing, which I do respect here, though. It's going to be way harder to win 2v3, but we do have another barrier down. The Path Splitter actually moves the ball a little bit away from the goal. Celisy goes for the flip. Megaverse definitely on point there with that strike shot. Now they have to deal with not a super huge Kazan, but now they have to deal with a 2v3 if you're Nova, and they do end up succeeding. Too much pressure the side of Estelle to help right behind this Sovereign Stank Asher.
Yeah, and it's working really well for Scriptwriters right now, because look at Eternal. He's sitting on 4 Prizefighter stacks with a Deadeye. He has a lot of damage, and immediately 2 Prizefighter stacks gone. Celisy just fishing for that and finding it immediately. But even then, it's looking great for them, because Logan's also been kept down to only, well, now 4 ramp. I should stop talking about it. But he wasn't on a lot of stacks as it was standing. Celisy again taking a lot of damage as well, which gives them opportunities to find their advantages and put Sovereign into positions that he wants. How much knockback was that? Sorry, the Eternals just absolutely sniped Celisy off there. And now player advantage and the 2v2. What a nice barrier from Eternal there to see if they maybe can close this out.
This has all been good gameplay this whole point. Like, nothing but like mix-ups and just good stuff here. Both barriers down for both teams. Megaverse gonna hold the ball onto the top side. Got our Sovereign Stank right on back. We do hold the ball here with base drop. Is that base drop? Oh no, it's power chord? Oh no, oh my god, I've lost it. I've lost everything. Anyway, Logan's got the ball onto the top side, goes in for the pop-up. Not gonna work out here. Though also tries to kill Megaverse, who nicely evades. Everyone's just so on point right now. Putting the ball on back to Sovereign onto the top side. Yeah, we can see Celisy's health kind of low. It's very not much, but wow. Okay, send the ball on over to Logan with a nice red redirect there. It's going to be a little too much for Megaverse to deal with. 2-2 here in this set, but match point for Nova.
Yeah, I think the difficulty for Scriptwriters is really making use of Sovereign. You need to set him up properly, but with a solid defense from Nova, it's difficult for Asher to do a lot. And it's even more difficult if Celisy finds a beautiful KO like that, as they're now trying to take this bottom barrier. They do get it. Celisy has a flip available as well. Megaverse still holding on to the barrier, though, because you have to. If you don't hold this barrier, you're in such a bad position to try to get back into this game. And a KO by Sovereign there is going to be enough, hopefully, for the side of Scriptwriters to take this barrier. The Path Splitter coming through, but defended well by Moonbeam, as the court does not connect with Megaverse. The momentum is now gone, and we're back to neutral play.
Yeah, all 3 players back, but Sovereign's got cooldown, spends that barrier beam, gets the last barrier on the opposing team, and now Logan also has cooldowns, but Eternal helping a whole lot with the defense here with Megaverse is going to actually withstand this pressure. Sovereign might have to get a little bit more involved. They do lose that barrier, which is kind of huge if you're the side of Nova. Logan gonna look for the final point here, though. Okay, we're gonna ult here with, that might be the base drop. Logan gonna get it past Eternal here, though, who spends the flip down on over to Celisy, gonna try to jump in front of Sovereign. Can't win the strike war, and we are going to a set 5 here in this literal best of 1. Tight game. SCP does find it.
Yeah, and you can tell the nerves. You can tell it's a best of 1 because there was a lot going on there. The core was going fast. There were quick reaction times. Some decisions that might have not been fully optimal, but that's just what happens if you're in the moment like that. And again, it's a best of 1. You got 1 game. You can't think about a game 2 after this because there is no game 2. You go into round 2 with an 0-1 record, and neither of you want that. Team player onto Eternal as well is going to accelerate it even more and might actually be the missing piece for the side of the Scriptwriters to properly enable Sovereign here, because again, it's difficult to get Sovereign into a position where he can take barriers properly without losing core control in the middle of it. But with more core speed off of the team player, that might actually be doable now. So we'll see if that's going to translate or not.
Yeah, I do love the team player on the midfielder. It's such a shocker if you're the opposing goalie. Usually the other goalie is the one who actually is taking that team player, but yeah, like you said, we'll see if it really works out. Celisy looking a little low right now. Sovereign kind of sniffing that out. Gets them to back up pretty far. But man, Logan is just taking this so... Look at all that pressure put on just by themselves. 1 barrier left here for SCP. Logan trying to make it work here with Celisy. Sovereign gets a nice free barrier there. Up to Eternal. Gonna try to use maybe a couple cooldowns. Not much for Estelle just in that moment. Okay, back to Megaverse here. Celsi is going to try to hold this line with that cat machine, but it's not going to work out just yet. Not going to lose the barrier either. Celsi now at nothing loses flip with that one as well. Most value you could get here if you're SCP. A flip from Moonbeam Sama is going to go down to Logan, miss the wall, but not going to lose the barrier either. Sovereign also looking kind of weak. Logan does find the kill. Does Eternal have anything to finish this one out? Smashes the ball. Moonbeam Sama with that passive. Now it's a 2v3 here against this final barrier. Celsi so close to landing that one with the glitch pop. But it's not going to work out. 1 second left here for Sovereign. Back on the board. A flip here from Eternal on up, but it's not going to land either. Megaverse might have to flip. Absolutely spends it down to Celsi. Nothing left to defend the barrier, although they do have this firewall sentry, and it's not going to work either. And this is a tight point, brother.
Yeah, both of these goalies doing such a good job holding on to all of the pressure. In the end, Moonbeam Sama did get overwhelmed by the core speed and just the coverage as well, right? Estelle, weak character with that ultimate. That just completely covered every single clear option that they had at that point. And scriptwriters are putting themselves now 1 point away, 1 point closer actually, to making themselves the winners of round 1 here.
Yeah, and they got a lot of value here. Logan, no rampage left. SCP winning that point was kind of big. The momentum seems to be in their favor. Sovereign going to nicely, slowly dribble the ball here with that flip. Not going to spend it for the barrier. Gets the value out of it. Megaverse, okay, we're going to hold the line here with that lock and load. Oh, the firewall sentry just taps the ball in and grabs that final barrier. Ball close to getting scored there, though. Let's see what Eternal can do against this flip. Almost the god angle a second time from Moonbeam Sama, but it's not going to land just yet. Spending some more cooldowns to try to get the ball past Logan. They do, but whoa, crazy flip here from Sovereign does not land yet. Moonbeam Sama on point to get that one here. A couple cooldowns also spent by Sovereign and Eternal. The ball is so close to there. We do have a triple defense to make sure that we're not going to score just yet. Megaverse can't. Yeah, Kazan resets his strike with just pulling the ball right to himself again, though. And Vichakar, like you mentioned before, is going to have a tough time against Kazan, especially with even a little bit of size. So even that one up here for Nova.
Yeah, it's always a bit difficult to work off of those attacks, but the saving grace for the side of scriptwriters so far is that Logan's only been part of one barrier take. That is only one stack on Rampage. That's going to make the Kazan a lot weaker compared to what he could have been. And Celsi also trying to get an attack through there, get a KO, but does not have enough power in the end. Sovereign there, good control, gets the second barrier. Open goal now. Moonbeam Sama defending that well, though, even in an unfortunate matchup of Emako into Asher. But in the end, the path splitter is going to be enough, and that's going to put the scriptwriters 1 point away from taking this match victory.
Absolutely. Nova was up 2-1 a little bit earlier, but scriptwriters are bringing it right on back here, though. They got a lot of stacks of Rampage on the board. Logan, like you said, just has one. Huge size. They get both barriers just about instantly. Flips. Can't really do much with that firewall sentry there, though, but they hold the ball. Nice strike shot to get them right on over to Sovereign. Eternal going to spend that piercing shot. No one can get in. Megaverse, I feel he wants to move up so bad. He is, but they can't get the ball. They can't get the flip right over to him. He's going to lose a barrier in return for a lot of pressure. I mean, the odds of scoring that ball were probably high enough to reasonably move up that far, so I respect that one. Right up to Sovereign. Nice angle here from Eternal. Flip a little far from that goal. Is probably not going to land it, although the Pet Splitter smashing Moonbeam Sama left and right. Gonna spend that flip. Yeah, it's just too dangerous of a situation. You're down to the last point. No health left. No control. SCP takes it over Nova. Man, that was great. Look at their stacks of Rampage. I mean, that's momentum right there.
They played with momentum, and in the end it was too much. You saw it in that last point even. The core barely even went across the midfield line again. Megaverse was able to play on the midfield line, so incredibly aggressive, because they just had that much control. They had that much damage as well. At the end, you did see Celsi and even Moonbeam Sama. They got really low. Even if they held on to that point for a bit longer, I'm sure Sovereign would have probably found a KO further down the line, and then again, the momentum would have been so difficult. So well executed by the scriptwriters. They found their win cons during drafts and started to adjust their play to actually make it work after having a bit of a tough start into this series.
True. I mean, look at all the kills on the board here, though. We got 10 kills here. We got 9 kills there for the side of SCP. 9. That was like they were pretty even when it comes to like a lot of the damage and a lot of the kills. Even when it comes to a lot of the redirects. Like, none of the numbers are too outrageous. It was just a matter of spending those cooldowns where it where it mattered, honestly. Sovereign getting really close on in there. Eternal doing such a good job of placing the ball where it needed to go. Sovereign having the cooldowns right when it was time. I mean, we saw a couple of insane saves from Megaverse there as well. So that was a well-played game. Man, actually so sick. But this, man, best of one is a heartbreaker, right? Because I want to see a little bit more. I want to see some adaptation here, but they will find themselves in the 0-1 bracket for now. But we are also going to load up a couple of more players here, though. We're not even close. If you thought we were done, you're out of your freaking mind, okay? We have so many more matches coming up in just a few minutes. Stay tuned as Liftoff for NASL Season 7 will continue. Welcome back, guys. We are getting into it again on round 2 of the liftoff here for the North American Strikers League Season 7. We just saw an interesting game here between Mold and, sorry, not Mold, SCP and Nova. SCP did take it over at Nova 1-0, and that's all we're going to be seeing so far until 3 wins or 3 losses have been, I guess technically 2, because then we're talking elimination and for the qualification as well. So we'll see best of 3 series for those anyway. So now we're getting into another interesting game. Now it's Mold. Now it's Slime Mold Colony versus MF Doom. Sloth, chat with me, bro. Who's winning? Who's gonna win?
Who's winning? I feel like Slime Mold Colony is gonna be favored here, simply just because, I mean, look is playing right. Scyther 12 is locked in on the Juliet on Night Market with his 1-2 punch, so you know he's got some duels to be working with. So I would favor Slime Mold Colony, but obviously both of these teams are 1-0. Both of these teams have won their round 1 to be in this round 2, and both of these teams are playing to go into a qualification series next, so we'll see how it's going to play out with a 1-2 punch timeless creator start. It's going to be very interesting here to see how it plays out, but I do think that the Julie pick here is going to be quite defining this game.
And we got a couple of powerhouses here, right? We got General Twee on the timeless era. If you find any kind of kills here with that Maelstrom, it's going to be big to close out any parts of that lane. But like you said, yeah, 1-2 punch Juliet. Really good awakening start for that girl right there. We got a couple of good players, too. A couple of notable players in this one. I'm not going to name them. You can already see. As we're going to steal that last barrier here. Social Fox slapping that ball, taking it. Floppers can't even get their hands on it. Spams that Pro League. I mean, we are certainly in the Pro Leagues right now, if I do say so myself. Doom going up 1.
Yeah, and if you thought the last game was a bit too slow for you, I think this one's going to go a similar way with 4 1-2 punches, right? The core is going to be flying the more that people get connections on it, as one barrier gets found by Scyther 12. General Twee not able to get his top barrier. Keep that alive, though, as they're trying to get the second one off of Jack Limestone. Not able to do that now. Do have a flip on Scyther 12. Doesn't want to use it yet, though, as the NATO completely cuts off the clears there. Open goal now for Jack Limestone. Gets almost flipped out, but a nice save. Just barely holds on, and Scyther 12 actually dead. General Twee, though. Beautiful walk up there to apply pressure, take advantage of the fact that a lot of cooldowns were used onto Scyther there to take him out, and does find the score.
Yeah, well played. Love that. Moving up here from General Twee past midfield, making that happen with that primary bewitching beam. Not gonna flip there. That looked like it was gonna be a double. It wasn't, but they still lose both barriers there for not flipping. A flip here from Social Fox and get the ball basically right over to Floppers. Love that angle. We're gonna have General Twee spam their flip. Not spam, spend their flip. Keep this one alive. A flip right on the front side here, Julak. Yeah. It's, you know, there's no real answer to, like, when someone flips right in your face, because you're not going to be able to react to the ball. You just cover as much space as you possibly can with your moves, with your strike, and, you know, it's really in the flipper's court to just be like, okay, did they strike? Okay, nice, here I go. So, you know, once the ball is there and flipped, good job, that team.
Yeah, I mean, especially if you're scoring on something like an Era as well, right? Natlas maybe can put down a wall, but Era is going to be hopeless in those situations. Era's going to play off of movement advantages, off of winning kickoff with speed ups as a guarantee, off of disabling the enemy forward by beaming him continuously. But if you can't get that and you get pushback, it's going to be rough. Talking about being pushed back, Scyther 12 pushback Jack Limestone into net, including the core there. So nice, evening it out there to put us into a goal 0.5 already for the first set.
Yes, sir. Starting off this next point here. Getting on over to Floppers, who's going to try to push it on through this area. They do get it past the Bewitching Beam, but that corner is going to say absolutely not. But we do have Social Fox grabbing that top barrier, positioning himself quite nicely here, though, as Chak is trying to move up and help out here with some of these pendulum swings, but man, loses all their health. Social Fox got a little bit of healing, though, with that lifeline. Got the special here from Scyther, but can't actually end up finding that barrier. Got punched, too, but Jack is on board here with these strikes. Correct timing will definitely be getting knocked back by some of these hitboxes, but Floppers looking at just about no health right now. A flip here from Social Fox is going to be stuffed by the combination of Julak and General Twee. Julak looking weak and have to back themselves up, or maybe get even a little bit more involved, and so involved that they're actually going to grab that barrier. kind of the benefit of not backing up, right? The opposing team expects you to do so, although that will be the result there when staying in for a little bit too long. Scyther is going to try to help General Twee here with the final defense. Going to flip for that last barrier. Actually, a wonderful angle to get it right on through to the other side. Julak on board again. Scyther's going to try to move up to get this without using flip. They do indeed. Julak giving it straight over to Scyther. Man, they did it. Oh my gosh, they actually got the barrier, kept possession, and were able, and Julak was able to get the ball to Scyther. So actually perfect play by that forward duo.
Yeah, Jack did a good job defending there, but in the end, it just was a bit too much pressure with 2 flips in that situation. And a first pick coming through for General Twee. Timeless Creator already locked in. Monumentalist stat, and on top of it, this NATO is going to cover the entire lane now. So that's going to be fun to deal with. And added bonus, you also deny it off of the NAL. She still picks up a peak performance, which is very great for her, obviously. But she would have loved to have a Monumentalist there. As Rampage, we've seen it last game how much it can do. Finds its way onto Scyther there. Inner Focus and Specialized Training being picked up as the last choices, but by no means bad choices for either of these characters.
Facts. Also, can you not see the stacks on Inner Focus, or is this just like bugged for like spectators?
You can't see it, no. There's no.
Oh, you literally, no one can ever see it.
Well, yeah, not now.
Oh, interesting. Anyway, yeah, no, like you said, that Monumentalist is going to be a huge pickup here for General Twee. Probably the only thing that they were ever looking for as a great deny and a great pick. They're going to find a kill here. Scyther making it happen on the front line. Jax has cooldowns, though, to keep this one up. Floppers helping out with the defense. Both barriers stand for just a moment. And a moment, they also are down. General Twee with a great strike shot to finish that up, although they do lose a player. Oh my god, Floppers fast as heck with the help of that drone. But going to be completely run over, but the corner, wow, is actually going to end up saving them. Oh my god, that was almost the giga of a lifetime. Strike shot, going to whiff a little bit here. Floppers not over committing there. I kind of like that to try to pass the ball back. Jack surviving the situation here as well against Scyther, who's going to spend that flurry, wait for the strikes. Oh, waited even longer than waiting, and they did find the goal. We saw Jack and Floppers end up striking there, and that's what I'm saying. Like, you can wait, you can try not to strike, and then it's like, do you strike? You know, it's really, there's no literal answer for that, but you just try your best.
Yeah, I mean, and that's where the veterancy comes through from Scyther, right? Knowing that if he just waits it out a little bit, there's a good chance that the side of Jack and Social Fox are going to strike a bit too early there, taking advantage of that. Like, that's stuff you're just going to learn if you're playing at the highest level for the longest time, right? So, very much coming through here, as again, both barriers are down, but actually getting answered by Flop really quick there, as now both goalies are dealing with an open net. Jack moving up, trying to get the pressure going, but it gets immediately sent back. Julak has a flip, has to use it to stay alive. General Twee has one available as well, but so does Social Fox. So we'll see who's going to get into the better position first, but a nice dash strike by Scyther will outplay Jack there. No answer for him really, other than maybe getting a bit earlier with the hook, but it's really difficult to defend that.
Yeah, the idea was there. Definitely the hook idea was there to get the ball away, but Scyther did their combo a little early there, which was nice, and got the redirect perfectly. Social Fox looking a little bit low right now. Going to spend the cooldowns to heal up, which is fair. Tornado isn't going to have any knockback, but it will definitely affect the ball in that situation. General Twee and Julak winning that situation against Floppers. Really tight situation. Julak, nice dribble here to keep possession to the bottom side, trying to hand the ball right over to Scyther, who once again is not going to have to spend the flip. Now we're really close to the goal. Look at them, spend all the cooldowns you can. You just try to cover as much space as you can, and they successfully got it that time with just enough cooldowns. I mean, you really just got to spend cooldowns there. Nice attempt with that self-dribble. Social Fox trying to get the ball really far away from Scyther, but actually ends up sniffing out that strike timing as well, so they don't seem to maintain too much possession, although they have a lot of pressure on the top side, and there it goes. Scyther 1-2 punch, getting that kill. And now this 2v3 is going to make things quite difficult for MF Doom.
Yeah, most definitely, especially as Flop also doesn't have any evade, so even if they can't find the score right now, they can pivot into potentially finding a KO there, but they don't even have to, because that Aeronado is just so massive, it just takes up so much space. So clean passes in front of the goal as the NATO's clearing a path is going to give the chance for Scyther to just score it, and that's another set in favor of Slime Mole Colony, and a first pick for the Juliet, getting a stacks on stacks, so making it even more difficult to deal with this brawler now, as she's now got power in 1-2 punch, got size in Rampage, and now is getting a lot of speed off of stacks and stacks as well. So might be a bit tough to execute on this, but there's still a good amount of Awakenings left that can help you for sure if you're MF Doom here. So we'll see how they're going to opt to take them. The hot shot onto Rasmus is going to be very nice to get the clears out fast, but still, you need to be in a position to connect them properly. And as of right now, the side of Slime Mold Colony is not giving Jack a lot of opportunities to hold on to these barriers.
Kind of a rough draft here also if you're Doom. I mean, we had Fwappers as second pick there, and no size in sight. You know, they probably would have denied it, but maybe 2 size could have shown up there. I think there was still 2 sides left, but either way, it didn't seem like a super great draft here for red team. But they're gonna have to carry on as this ball is gonna continue to make its way down the pitch here into the hands of Scyther. Love that dribble. Can't maintain control here though. Smashed from that drone. Social Fox aims that one nicely at the barrier. Jack Limestone's gonna try to get the ball again away from Scyther. Nice strike. I mean, it's all mix-ups. It's just all mix-ups, and you just try to cover what you can. I can't stress that enough. I can't stress that you can't just win every time, but wow, I think that was a Giga Blast that actually ended up stealing that barrier. Fwapper's looking also quite low. No barriers left here for MF Doom, and Juliet is going in right there, and wow, Juliet actually gets their hands on the ball, and Jack was not ready. Was not ready for that one.
Yeah, the hook was a good idea, pulling Julak away from the core, but it just came out ever so slightly late, so Julak still gets a strike on it. They're just going to put Slime Mold Colony up 1-0 in this third set. They do have a flip on Jack, but so does Twee, and Julak is working on one as well. Flip has to be used defensively here already, but they can't necessarily find what they want. As Flop also just really struggles to get into this game with, like you said, no size, no nothing really that enables this Kazan. On top of the fact that he's just gonna get continuously arrow beamed as well. So really tough game for the side of MF Doom here.
Yeah, even if there was like some sort of excessive size, I mean, even Jack would have been pretty happy to grab some of that as well, playing as Rasmus goalie. They do end up finding a kill here, though. MF Doom with this nice power play could make it happen, although Scyther looking real fast right now with those stacks on stacks, extra size, 1-2 punch, and make the ball a little bit faster as well. They do end up holding the line. In fact, they hold the line so hard that they just actually timed it out. MF Doom, no cooldowns left to stop this one, and man, Mold, the colony. The entire colony is here at this match point. I mean, it has been a quick one.
Yeah, most definitely. And it just seems like a struggle for the side of MF Doom to really play into the game plan that Slime Mold Colony has here. As again, another Aeronado comes through, finds a KO. The attack not slowing down in the slightest. A beautiful Giga by Julak actually reads that clear and just sends it right past Fwap and Social Fox. So really tough matchup for them here in terms of comp and in terms of like how it just played out. So very much not necessarily the game that the side of MF Doom was looking for, but very much the game that Slime Mold Colony was looking for.
Yeah, man, so we see 2 scores here for the side of MF Doom. They're definitely trying their heart out, but man, Slime Mold Colony actually just kind of, man, I'm not going to say the clinic thing. I'm not going to say, I hate the clinic thing. I'm not going to say the clinic thing, but they kind of crushed it, all right? They kind of crushed it in that one. They pretty much had control over every situation. I mean, and honestly, that Awakening draft was pretty rough. I feel like basically no one got what they wanted here for MF Doom. Nothing even remotely helpful. I mean, Jack got like Hot Shot, which could make things happen, but I mean, Julak and Scyther were keeping the ball so close to Jack that the pendulum swings were just not able to be like used effectively in the situations that you'd see like a Rasmus like standing midfield. He's got the Paul, he's got the size, and the pendulum swings are pretty close to these barriers, but man, with the pressure that Mold was putting up, that situation just could not happen. And we saw it. We saw that one unravel. So really a great job here from Slime Mold Colony, just playing ball. The kills were actually in the hands of MF Doom, but yeah, ball was played, and it's going to be Mold Colony moving on here with a 2-0. They're going to find their way into a qualifier, which will most likely here be our best of 3. Our first best of 3, we'll see. Well, probably not this team, but we will be moving into our best of 3s anyway. So when we come back, we will perhaps be seeing a best of 3, and chat will be like, oh my god, that guy adapted. And I'll say, bro, you are so right. When we come back in a few minutes here, these teams will be loaded up, and you'll be seeing that. Don't go away. Welcome back once again, everyone, to the North American Striker League Season 7 Liftoff. And we're getting down into our best of threes. Things are going to get so sick. Best of threes, guys. Adaptation and map picks, counter picks, things. People will have to think about stuff after their game, and I think that is just beautiful. Still here, NVNYC. Still have Sloth. Oh my god, Sloth, I'm so glad you're not gone. We are getting into Rats versus Ballin' Ballers. Bro, the Rat Pack. Talk to me about the Rat Pack, and then talk to me about the Ballin' Ballers, dude.
Well, I mean, both of them have their stories to them, right? Obviously, Rat Pack, if you think about it, I'm pretty certain they have been one of the most hyped up teams in this qualification process. They've been doing really well, and I think common consensus is that that's a team that's making NASL, right? That's a team that's going to be there, that's going to compete, and it's going to make it to the top level. On the other hand, Ballin' Ballers, obviously an established team, have been playing long together, have been playing together through the last few seasons as well. And even now in Liftoff, if you check their seeding, they're actually seeded 12th, which means they're already overperforming quite a bit. So it's going to be it's a really good showing for them, obviously. And it's going to be even great if they're going to be competitive against the Rat Pack here. Best case, even beat them. And what I'm also excited for is this matchup, because look at the maps that we have. We're playing Gates first, going Night Market, and App Decider. And I don't think I ever wanted the game 3 more than today.
That's facts. We actually have fun things planned for our future, but we will see if we can actually achieve our game 3 and get to that future where Amy's app is just doing things like killing everybody on the board, and maybe Rasmus will be banned there. But until then, we shall start here on Gates with our Bulk Up and our Quick Strike starting Awakenings, banning out the X, banning out the Dubu, super omega broken character. Dubu, gone. Now we're just sticking with our Atlas here for the goalie side of Ballin' Ballers, and we got... Who's the goalie here? We got Finny goalie. I think we might have Finny goalie here for Frightfully Fresh. Absolutely taking that trike shot as well. Only 2 bulk ups here for Bam, Smile, Knowers No, and Frightfully Fresh as well. So starting here onto Gates, which is actually a fun map. No Night Market to be seen. Honestly, my teams. I love my teams here. Here we go, getting the first barrier off of the Rat Pack. Ballin' Ballers honestly looking like they're going to win the entire set. What do you think, Sloth?
Well, they have a lot easier of a team comp to execute because they do have Estelle really good. Asher, close range against a Finny is going to be a menace as well. So their game plan is going to be a lot easier to execute. And you can see that immediately off the get-go. If they get into your corner, it's going to be difficult to get them out of it. On the other hand, the Rat Pack here, they have Julie, they have Finny. So they have a lot of damage potential, a lot of control potential as well. And they can kind of go every way with it. And if they themselves can set them up, so Tempo Melon is unleashed and can get that Julie online as fast as possible, it's going to be really difficult for the side of the Ballin' Ballers to deal with it. But as kind of expected, starting off the game, the Atlas Estelle Asher for the Ballin' Ballers is just going to be a bit too strong, and I'm expecting them to take a first set lead here, barring the Rat Pack just completely popping off.
Well, indeed to see. I do agree that I'd say like Asher and Estelle probably do a little bit better with no Awakenings than characters like Mao and Juliet. But indeed, they could pop off just a little bit here. 1 barrier down for each player. The drone disappears there, but we're going to have a big finish here. Almost grabs that barrier, but a nice strike shot from Bebop. And also a kill here. Assistance with Color Craze. And bam, it's going to end up making that one happen. You got to get the ball past Temple Melon here. Oh, gets kind of stuffed there by Frightfully Fresh, and now they finally have it. Strike shot's going to whiff. Whoa, engaging in a mega strike war here with Bam and not spending that flip. That is confidence. Wow, super crazy. Dribble from Temple Melon is actually going to score that one without too many cooldowns. Feeling good about that. Stutter stepping for the win. We all know that's the Ballin' Ballers classic.
Yeah, and also just the value that Tempo got out of that, because not only was the dribble like really well executed, it also got the flip out of Color Craze, who thought was going to be in range for it. So extremely like net positive play for the side of the Rat Pack here, as they're again in the corner, getting one barrier, getting two barriers here. Frightfully Fresh walking up as well, and the strike from Tempo Melon does almost put it in. Dr. Bebop there to save it, but Carmine there to cover the outside clear, as the entire lobby is stepping right now.
Bebop was ready. Bebop was actually like ready for that whole thing, but you know, it really is important what comes after that. Although we do have Temple Melon grabbing that kill real easy. Dash punch, flurry. Oh, Bebop actually gets the ball at a nice angle. It's going to make the flurry whiff completely. Carmine trying to get the ball into that drone. Frightfully Fresh whiffs on that strike shot, which is allowing Color Craze to return to the board. Temple Melon sniffing out another kill. A flip from Bam is going to result in just one barrier. Looking for the double there, is not going to find it. Bebop stuffed by Carmine's drone there as well. They're going to try to push onto the bottom side here, though. Gets the path splitter. Going to make things tough, and it's going to cause a flip. Okay, Bebop gets there in time, and then actually is too close to the goal. Dies to Temple Melon with their own flip. This 2v3 is going to be rough. Frightfully Fresh going to move up as well. Temple Melon, not many cooldowns just yet. Actually spends them to just punch Bam, dealing damage to Color Craze, who does end up getting the healing pack as well. And now it's just Temple Melon against Bebop. Oh my god. Yeah, okay. That was... Temple Melon was just on another level for that moment right there. Easily baited out that expanse, got the strike shot out of there, and Carmine was behind them. Yeah, that's the Rat Pack.
Yeah, no, Tempo played that excellently, because before already she noticed Dr. Bebop was a bit too close to the goalie line, and found the first KO. And that second one, it's just an excellent showing of how you need to play into an Atlas if you're Julie, because Julie herself struggles so much into Atlas. Every single ability completely shuts you down defensively, and even just stops your dash punches as well. So what's the best way to approach it? You're trying to bait out abilities. You're trying to make sure that Atlas wastes his abilities so that by the time when you're actually taking your attack, he has no answer to you anymore. And those dribbles at the bottom, that was exactly what was needed. Dr. Bebop uses the expanse, doesn't have any abilities left anymore, and Tempo Melon just said, you know what? You have nothing against me anymore. I'm just gonna move into you and kill you. And they're rewarded with that excellent play, with a set win and a lot of great awakenings as well. Again, Rampage on a double barrier map, very valuable. The Monumentalist on Finny, you saw that right there already, gonna be so oppressive offensively. And even though a team player from Dr. Bebop is gonna be strong, I'm not sure if it's gonna match with the value that the Rat Pack was able to pick up here.
Yeah, great interception there from Bebop, getting Temple Melon out of position with that Astral Projection. Carmine trying to fight it out onto the top side here with that drone. Huge finish coming in. Man, Temple Melon actually just wins a fat strike war against Color Craze and Bebop. Nothing left to do other than strike, and Temple Melon was on board with that one. Next point here in the set for the Rat Pack, looking quite good. A lot of energy is also building up for this team. Temple Melon and Frightfully Fresh are going to have flip in just a few seconds here. And Ball and Ballers might be falling just a little bit far behind.
Yeah, they are. It's difficult to really find their way into it as well, though, because the Rat Pack is just playing so oppressively. You see Carmine and Frightfully Fresh both playing very aggressive as well where they can, which is going to make it more difficult to get into those corners. But when you are in those corners like now, you're in a pretty good position. But again, the clears are just coming out. They're just playing it so well defensively there, both Carmine and Fresh, which is not going to make it any more easier for Bam to get something. But if you do get in front of the net and you do get in front of the barrier like that, you are sure to take a barrier and a goal with it.
Wonderful point there from Bam, getting the Asher cooldowns going in. The pass splitter really makes things awkward for the opposing team, especially when positioned correctly. It kind of just strikes the ball 20 times in a row. Makes things tough. The triple finish, the triple take is actually going to keep the ball close enough to Temple Melon so they can get that nice flurry flip right in the face of Bebop and Craze, and it's not going to be much to deny that, especially once Expanse is completely spent. I mean, Expanse is actually pretty damn good against Flip in general, but Astral Projection is not nearly as effective. Another point here for the side of the Rats, trying to get Temple Melon out of position again with the Expanse. The big finish is a a complete success. I usually like to say things like, oh, big disaster, LOL. But actually a total success here. Frightfully Fresh, the Magician Champion, is going to get that last barrier. But honestly, fighting here from the front side, Bam and Color Craze are really close to getting this next one. Has Flip is going to spend it to grab a kill there. I actually do like that. Cooldowns from Bam spent. They do end up getting that barrier. The Flurry's coming in hot just to try to hold the ball for just some time. 3 seconds until we have our now returning. And actually another kill. The crazy barrier beam is going to result in another kill. Win a strike war. Yeah, okay. It just takes one in that position. One strike war to sink that point. No goalie left. 2-2. Okay, ball and ballers. Some signs of life.
They are finding their way back, but now Color Craze and Dr. Bebop, neither of them have a flip available, and they're not close to one. They don't even have an evade, which means if they're a bit too close to the edge, Temple Melon's probably going to be there and punish that, as the Rat Pack is back on the offense here, trying to stuff it into the corner there, but not quite able to find it. Bam getting that touch, but the barrier's still staying alive, as the Atlas almost takes the barrier off of Fresh there. But they're just kind of playing with Portal, a dash punch, not finding a KO, and actually a barrier found from Bam there, as the clear does come through from the Rat Pack. Again, just kind of attacking from different angles, trying to find something. The second barrier does drop in the end, but the Rat Pack has something to say about it, as they're trying to take the barrier, but no, Dr. Bebop holds strong, and almost a goal by Color Craze, but well defended.
Loving this gameplay here from Frightfully Fresh, just kind of playing all of these defensive situations really well with the projectiles that Finny has, especially with that strike shot. That was a little crazy. Not entirely sure what hit the ball right there, but hanging on to these. What was it?
Finny primary, the Finny primary going backwards.
It came back. Okay. That's why I was like, that's just a Finny primary, bro. SJ's off screen all of the time. Anyway, both barriers going down here. The Path Splitter's just going to simply hold the ball in that one spot. Temple Melon, okay, yeah, was not planning on spending that flip, it looks like. Just going to spend the flurry, but actually holding the barrier now spends the flip, which makes scoring this goal a little bit harder. Yeah, just get into position here. Bam can't find it in time. Oh my god, wonderful strike here from Temple Melon. Is just going to get the angle right past Bebop. Oh man, okay, Rat Pack right now looking at 2 sets in this real best of 3, guys. Real best of 3, no jokes.
Yeah, what I'm looking at is just tempo, because man, I don't know if we can give her Julie anymore. She's she's putting on a clinic already, the way that she's been playing it out, which it's so difficult. I don't think Bebop is defending it badly at all, but she just always seems to have the right answer for it. And getting peak performance here is just going to give her more speed and going to give her more opportunities to play aggressive like that. The prime time for Color Craze is going to help. The hotshot is an excellent pickup for Dr. Bebop, but we'll have to see whether it's going to actually be enough for you and to work. I do think across the board, better awakenings being picked up here for the balling ballers, but when it comes to just game plan execution so far, I feel like Rat Pack has it a bit better in their bag.
Yeah, I could probably agree with that. Also, Temple Melon had 8 stacks of Rampage at the end of that set, which is probably assisting their chances of getting the ball past the goalie. So that's pretty good. Rampage, I've actually seen a whole lot of that today. It's really doing a lot of work. Path Splitter, bottom side, really everyone's striking the ball. The defense does hold. 2 barriers still up for the Rat Pack, and no Path Splitter to be found. Big finish, Finny doing exactly what she should be doing. They do get the ball out. Honestly, I'd say saving a barrier there was like a saving grace, usually when you have the big finish there. Right in the face of the enemy team once again. Extremely difficult to stop, and not much you can do, especially with a cooldown as well to go with it. Temple Melon sinks another one in a pretty efficient time. I mean, not much left of this game, the way things are going, but no problem. We actually have more games, guys, for real.
Yeah, one game here is not going to win you the series just yet. It's just going to put you in a pretty good position for it, as now the bowling ballers are trying to get the second barrier here. Nice. Flip comes through, and they do actually get it, and the piercing shot will get it through in the middle there. Fresh covering a bit too far below, and Carmine not able to get there in time. So that's going to give the bowling ballers another goal. And even though we've been hyping up the Rat Pack, I don't think the bowling ballers are playing bad at all. They're playing great, actually. The issue is just... and they're even finding goals. They just haven't been able to find a set yet. And that's kind of the important part of playing Omega Strikers, right? Getting those set victories. It doesn't matter if you go 2 goals each set if you can't win any of them. So we'll have to see. They're getting adjustments done. They're putting themselves into good positions as, again, they get one barrier. Second one soon to follow with a path splitter, but no. Flip from Frightfully Fresh going to be there in time. But again, I feel like something needs to be found, and I couldn't even tell you what, because it just seems so difficult to play into this Rat Pack team.
Yeah, you just kind of got good players on the board here. Temple Melon also finding a kill there with that dash punch is going to be huge. I do agree that I think Ball and Ballers is actually playing pretty well. A lot of situations they are successfully winning, but it might be... I mean, we haven't really seen a situation like that occur where somebody just completely whiffs and the ball goes in, but it could, you know... It sure as heck doesn't help. A minor whiff there, getting the Rat Pack another point. But yeah, you're just against some good players here with some great synergy. It's not going to be easy, especially on gates. You know, whoever uses the portals a little bit better usually takes the advantage on this map. Portals are kind of key when it comes to teleporting the ball across the court. So pretty good. Defending here with that Astral Projection to help get that strike back nicely for Dr. Viva. Now they got a nice position here on the bottom side. Path Splitter undefeatable. They do at least grab one of those barriers. So going to try to defend here against Temple Melon, who knows that, you know, you can see Temple Melon not overcommitting even a little bit. Definitely knows that the Astral Projection is coming, and I'm not getting this just yet, but we can spend some cooldowns. That's the mentality with this Juliet that's really spending those resources of the opposing team, and I like that a lot. But, you know, we got a lot of flips here for the Rat Pack as well, and a barrier too, and I mean, this is definitely match point for this game. Nothing more to say other than, can the Ball and Ballers bring this back with that last barrier? Ball got to get right over to Bam. It's actually a catastrophe. It goes to Temple Melon. What's that? What's worse than a catastrophe? If you're on the side of Ball and Ballers. Oh no, ends up whiffing on the ball just for just a second there, and it's going to be Rat Pack taking that first game in, do I say style? I could just say style. Taking it in style. Look at that. 6 stacks of Rampage. Oh my gosh. That was well played.
Yeah, most definitely the MVP going to Temple Melon makes a lot of sense to me as well. I do think Temple Melon really showed there how you want to play Julie into lockdown goalies and how you want to approach a goalie like Atlas overall. Because Dr. Bebop played it well. He held his abilities for when it felt like they were necessary, but Temple Melon always was just a little bit more patient. Was just waiting a little bit longer to wait out those abilities. And Atlas cooldowns are long. Its primary is like close to 10 seconds. The secondary is like up to 20 or something off the top of my head. So if you misuse those abilities and they disappear, he's just a strike bot. His ultimate isn't helping him defend anything. So Tempo just being very smart about her positioning, the way she's striking, and baiting out those abilities from Bebop made it seem so easy for the Rat Pack to score here. And again, it's not because Bebop is overusing abilities. Bebop played this about as good as any Atlas player does. But it's just that smart type of attack from the side of the Rat Pack that ended up giving them the advantage and giving him this pretty convincing game 1 victory.
Yeah, no, I agree with everything you just said right there. All of the patience that was put in against this Atlas is normally a nice lockdown goalie can be thwarted, especially when you have a player like Carmine right on your back to make sure that ball stays in possession. So well played there. Going to be moving on to our next game, which is going to be one of the most incredible games of all time. That's for sure. Getting into Night Market, guys. You know, I know we don't really see Night Market too often, so you guys really just take your hats off for this one. Get comfortable because we're going to be seeing some Speedgate gameplay. It's going to be none like you've ever seen before. The goalies are going to hit the ball into that little corner piece, and it's going to go nice and horizontal. I mean, you know, you guys know what's going on with Night Market. I don't have to tell you, but we do have Castellast as a starting awakening here. Castellast is cool. I think Castellast is an interesting starting awakening, at least. And Bulk Up, super interesting, man. I love Bulk Up. You know, it does all these really cool things, like gives you health and punches the opponent. So we'll see the picks here.
Yeah, I'm going to be curious if the Balling Ballers, what they're going to do, because Tempo Melon, again, I may be glazing a bit too much, but she just played that really well. And Juliet, again, is just really good on this map. And actually, among Titans and 1-2 Punch, still very good for Julie.
What the heck?
Because it's just against speed. So I'm curious to see where the drafts are going to be adjusted here and what the picks are going to be. And among Titans start is interesting because basically everyone in the lobby has to go with, unless you're going some wacky like giga-size Kazan or something. But a majority of the time, everyone's gonna go it. So it's gonna be a fast game, which makes me wonder where the picks are going here.
Yes, the picks could definitely be going somewhere, probably near Juliet or Asher, if you had to ask me. So, yeah, but we at least have some bands to keep in mind, right? Juliet, Asher, super good with 1-2 punch, and like you're saying, Kazan with size. I mean, even Asher with size too. Asher can go either way with these awakenings. So you just want to make the biggest Kazan ever. I mean, there is not a lot you can do against the biggest Kazan ever. So I would say that could be a band consideration. We do get the Dubu out of here. Rat Pack is saying absolutely not. What are Ball and Ballers going to be denying here, though? They could do the whole like don't ban any of the good characters thing, and then they're all left, right? Ball and Ballers is red; they get to pick 2. So people, theory crafted a couple different times that like, oh, red team is actually better. Picking second is actually better because you get 2 of the picks, especially when things get like, I don't know, high stakes with what the starting awakenings are. So we're gonna have now. Rat Pack is gonna take now once again, probably going to drop on over to Carmine. But lots of more picks coming through. What are they going to be, Sloth?
Yeah, I'm curious to see where the goalie picks are going here, because the Finny ban off of Falling Ballers obviously also takes that away from Fresh. Fresh did have a good Finny game before, and Finny does enable a lot of KO. As we do see the Ball and Ballers going for a pretty standard Estelle Rasmus here. Really good forward combination. You could even flex the Rasmus into net. I feel like on Night Market, he's a pretty good goalie as well. I'm not sure if Bebop plays it or not, but it gives some draft flexibility that the Rat Pack now needs to figure out. I feel like if you do have to now, though, for Carmine, it's still going to be a smart idea to just go for a solid pick for tempo, give her a good brawler, let her do her thing, and put a lockdown goalie in net. Ooh, Kazan. That's going to be Kazan goalie. Wait,
Kazan
could this
goalie,
be...
yeah.
Is there like even the slightest chance they're going double among on the forwards to give Fresh like way too much size? Because Kazan goalie with a lot of size has a lot of like good defensive potential. He's just difficult to pilot, but if you can pilot it, it's very good. It's going to be very good. Era pick as well makes sense as the last pick. Just more speed and more beam, but yeah, I'm very curious to see if they're going to go double among and give 1-2 to Kazan here, because I
Okay,
feel like
hear
it
me
might
out.
not be terrible.
Hard read. We have Era Estelle both taking away among Titans. Rasmus big, and the opposing team is triple among Titans. We will not be seeing any 1-2 punches. We're doing among Titans. We're playing speed. We are high-level players here. That means speed is actually good. Giving speed to a noob doesn't do anything, and we already know that. So I'm going to go with we're going to have a humongous Rasmus and a really fast Rat Pack. Chat.
You know what? I'm betting the opposite. I think we're gonna have a huge Kazan and just a really fast Ball and Ballers. Because I think
Really?
I really like the idea of a big Kazan. I really do. So because you go pauldrons with him as well, like at base you're already up like what's the math behind that? Like nearly 40% size? Like just like that. And then you still have build different and other size awakenings in the draft. We'll see. I'm very intrigued to see where this is going. And in all reality, I feel like if I had to put money on it, it's just 6 among Titans, and we're just talking about funny things here. But I'm curious if someone's sharing my vision here.
I got the big Rasmus. I got the big Look, I agree. Huge Kazan, dummy, insane. But I feel like if Kazan was forward, I'm with you. If Kazan was forward, I'm with you. Now, I know that the goalie Kazan size is like, man, it feels hard to get against this guy in every situation, and all the craziness that Kazan brings to the table is, even as a goalie, he can kind of just still do it, which is nuts. But I think we're gonna have a big old Rasmus, a really fast Rat Pack, and that is all. And we're gonna have no 1-2. Well, I guess the 1-2 punch will be on
Rasmus,
Estelle
forcibly.
Rasmus, yeah.
Yeah,
The 1-2
if
punch.
you're saying big Rasmus, it has to be him.
Yeah. The Rasmus will have the 1-2 punch, and here we go. 2 seconds away from my greatest moment of all time.
I was wrong.
It's just 6 among Titans. Yeah, I told you. Like, if I had to put money on it, it's just 6 among
Dang.
Titans. But it would have been funny if someone was really big. It would have been really funny. But obviously, among Titans, such a big speed awakening. If you don't go it, you're gonna be slower than the entire lobby, and that's always gonna feel pretty bad to play. So it does make sense that 6 among Titans are gonna be the lock here. And we'll have to see who's going to find themselves in the point advantage first, as the Ball and Ballers are taking one barrier, but it gets answered pretty quick by the Rat Pack here.
Yeah, the team comp is interesting here. I actually think I like the team comp. Oh man, it's tough because I really like the Rasmus Estelle forward. I mean, I can't even like. I could probably think of a map that it's not super duper great on, but they're quite good on a wide variety of maps to just have like crazy levels of control. But I also like having Kazan on your team no matter what's going on. I'm a Kazan. Oh, nice one there, Bam. Getting that cooldown to beat that hook. Not going to do much against that. Nice work there from the Rat Pack. But yeah, I think I'm a Kazan, like, hater in a way. But like, if I'm like looking at the game, I'm like, oh, Kazan's going to win, bro. I'm a Kazan fan or something, whatever I am. But we'll see. The Rat Pack's got a really strong team as well here. The Rat Pack. I mean, Ball and Ball. Guys, what side am I on here? I'm like, wait, do we have the things wrong? My interface.
Yeah, they are the wrong way around. Yeah.
I'm messed up. You killed me. I'm dead. Nice point there from the Rat Pack or the Ball and Ballers. I don't know anymore.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like it's going to be an interesting game as well, because I think some of the matchups are going to be quite difficult to pilot. I'm not sure how the Kazan into Rasmus matchup defensively works. I do know that Era into Julie can be tricky, because sure, you do have the beam, right, to just make Juliet not a character. However, you also don't have anything against a dash punch, really, outside of making her small and hoping she doesn't hit core anymore. So I feel like this game's gonna mainly kind of come down to who's gonna do better, Bebop into Tempo or Fresh into Bam here.
Yeah, I agree. It's definitely a tricky situation, right? You don't have a secondary that would like, oh gosh, humongous from Carmine, finding that double with the drone, just making sure to cover that top touch there. Yeah, so she has Bewitching Beam, which is pretty good against Juliet in general, but then it's like, if you don't have Bewitching Beam, you have to just like instant send the small storm, instant send the tiny storm, and just hope for the best, you know? It's a really tough matchup for Era, in my honest opinion. If the opposing midfielder's giving the ball to the Juliet enough, you ain't gonna have Bewitching Beam for nothing. And we got Momentum Boots on Bebop, so they can probably match the speed of Juliet even more, but yeah, tough matchup.
Yeah, also what Era struggles into quite consistently is people playing around her, right? Playing around her limited range and passing plenty. And I don't know if you've seen it so far, but Carmine and Tempo are doing a really, really good job at that, even involving Fresh quite often in their passing plays, which makes it even more difficult for Bebop to get involved. And if we're talking about passing, we got to talk about team player. And I mean, hey, Carmine did just get team player, which is going to make it even more difficult to counteract that passing play coming from that midfield. Tempo Melon also getting stacks on stack is an excellent pickup, because again, Julie with more speed is always great.
Yeah, I mean, the extra special on Bebop is nice, but other than that, if they don't find no kills with this Stinger, I would say that the Tempo Melon and Carmine got a really good draft there. I really do like those awakenings for this situation. Fresh under a lot of pressure now, though, as both of these barriers are gone. One for Bebop is also going to leave here. Tempo Melon and Carmine trying to hold as much as they can. You can see Frightfully Fresh playing a lot of this like midfield situation, so they can get really involved in some of these passes, but there are some minor catastrophes that occur where the ball will actually get past his duo there, and he'll be completely out of position. But you know, it's all a numbers game, right? You want to position yourself in the best chance to get the goal, even if sometimes it looks stupid. So respectfully taking part in a lot of this midfield pressure. Tempo Melon is going to try their best to nullify that flip, and it's going to work successfully. Okay, we got Bebop sending the flip to Bam as quickly as possible. Tempo Melon can't get their hands on that ball there, though. Carmine's drone is going to send that one out of here. But now back in the hands of Carmine, going to get stuffed a little bit by those Crystal Thorns. The 1-2, not the 1-2 punch. The team player is going to make things really difficult for Era. She is not going to have nearly as much speed. And Fresh actually ends up sending the ball up a little bit there, and Bam is going to get that pendulum swing on it. Ball and Ballers. That's a point.
That is a great point for you. And also, I do think Balling Ballers are just kind of on a clock, because now that I'm thinking about it, if we're going overtime and Carmine has team player, I'm not sure what your answer is into that core speed. Like, it's going to be really difficult for you to get yourself involved and get yourself to interrupt an attack from the side of the Rat Pack. So you need to kind of find at least both the barriers pretty quick. But that's difficult because, like you pointed out before, Fresh is playing a very aggressive line, and that's going to put so much pressure on you. The core, again, not really going into the half of the Rat Pack here. They're just keeping it inside of the Balling Ballers side, as the dash punch doesn't quite get the result that Tempo wants, but the strike bar win is going to be enough to get it past Dr. Bebop in the end.
Absolutely. Another point here for the pack of rats. Tempo Melon at 140 stacks of this stacks. Man, I hate saying that. He's got 140 stacks on stacks. On stacks. It's like, come on, man. What are we doing here? Anyway, sends out the Storm onto the bottom side. Tempo Melon's going to spend their ult as well. Flurrying it out here. Rightfully Fresh hooking that run right on over. The ball's getting a little bit close to these barriers, but they do end up clearing it there by winning out in that situation. Down onto Color Craze, can't get their hands on the ball, lose a barrier here. Tempo Melon, free game, actually doesn't have any cooldowns against Bebop, who's basically just going to hit the speed and hit the strike war there, no problem. Fresh, okay, it loses control of the ball with that centerpiece. It's going to make things a little bit more awkward. Does spend the flip to nullify Color Craze's aggression there on over to Carmine, who's looking a little bit weak here too. Tempo Melon getting some speed, trying to approach here once again, trying not to use their flip to get the last barrier. It's honestly a really interesting thought. Like, should you... I guess you really gotta just gauge it, right? Should you use your flip on the last barrier? It's obviously way easier to get barriers than it is to just... Or, sorry, it's easier to get the goal, since it's, like, so much harder to defend. So you flip for the... Wait a minute. That means it's just you just flip for the barrier. Guys, I think I just figured it out. Sloth, what do you think? I just figured it out, right?
Yeah, you did, unironically.
That was quick. That was easy. That was quick. I didn't even do anything.
I think you always flip for second barrier because that's going to be the more difficult one to get. But obviously, if you're playing something like Julie, you just do what Tempo did. You just why flip for barrier if you can flip for a KO? You know, like that also works. And then you're on a man advantage, and then you take the barrier into goal anyways. But I do agree. Generally speaking, save your flip for second barrier. First barrier is usually pretty easy to get. Some goalies give that for free to you anyways. So
first barrier's cosmetic. That's what they say.
Yep.
Well, gonna work on this next point here, though. 2 barriers down here for the Rat Pack, but Tempo Melon's on the front side. Gets struck. Oh, wow. Kazan's strike was actually wide enough to get that, even in closed form. Going to work on this last barrier here once again. Bebop can't find... I mean, that Bewitching Beam is super down, but nice defense here from Bam. It's not going to let the ball pass just yet. Crazy scary situation there for Bebop. They do end up living. Color Craze trying to get the ball on over to Bam, but Tempo Melon just being Juliet is actually just causing a lot of problems. Oh, had the pop-up, but couldn't get it in time. That could have been a save. It was looking a little tight there, so I don't really blame Fresh for any of that. Although Tempo Melon has 150 stacks. It's like Tempo Melon's flying, and then with this 1-2 punch, team player, not 1-2 punch, the ball is also flying for the side of Rat Pack. So the possession, the pressure they're putting up is a lot, turns out, and in the end, it's just mounting.
It is just mounting. The Juliet sitting on a clean, what was it, like 720 movement speed or something? When not Arrow Beam, yeah, 718. So the whole downside of Juliet being immobile and slow outside of a dash punch, just gone. She's just the fastest character in the lobby. And then also, just shuts down a flip like that. Again, just mental momentum. You just get a second set win. Yes, Balling Ballers scored against you twice there, but again, it doesn't matter. You find the set win, and you're going to be rewarded with Rampage on a double barrier map. So, yeah, we've seen Rampage basically every game so far, and every single time it felt so impactful for the person that ended up getting it. So Tempo Melon, extremely happy to get it here, as the heavy impact finds its way into Carmine as well. Great for the cooldowns. The Castellas is going to be great for Dr. Bebop to enable his team more, but we'll have to see if it's going to be enough, because again, more size for Frightfully Fresh on the pickup as well, which is excellent defensively.
Yeah, you know, I'm thinking about it just for a moment here, and I'm kind of a noob. But something about the situations that are like transpiring here for Ballin' Ballers, I'm not entirely sure if Castellast, obviously, it's like so good for Era, right? It affects a whole lot of things, and that's really great. But there's something about aerials there that made me think, like, maybe this is what they need. Maybe this extra burst of speed that they'll get from aerials could be helpful to deal with what Rat Pack is doing here, especially with like a lot of their stalling tactics to play around a lot of these moves. With that extra burst speed, it could help one of your midfielders like really get into an interruption situation. But I'm a noob, so I'm not sure. I say these things and I'm just like, someone in chat will be like, well, actually, you're stupid. And I'll be like, I mean, fair. Gonna get a kill here for Color Craze. Doesn't really have any damage. In fact, does this even give you damage anymore? Reduced 4.5%. That's actually less knockback, so just good positioning there from Color Craze to get that piercing shot. Carmine holding the line here with Frightfully Fresh until Temple Melon gets on back. Back pass, a little scary here. If Color Craze had some projectile distance, that would have been a little bit rough. Piercing shot finds the mark, but actually, Temple Melon finds the mark and gets another kill here for the Rat Pack, spending the flurry, holding the ball, beating all the strikes. Nicely done. Maybe a back pass situation. Okay, Bam ends up winning out there, but not going to result in all that much. Although Color Craze does come back, they survive the moment. Carmine almost finding himself off the map once again. Now Frightfully Fresh is pushed up a little bit far, but Kazan has the moves, brother man. Kazan's got those moves. Gets the ball on over to Temple Melon, who pushes that one in. And here we are. Match point here. True match point. Real best of 3 match point here for the Rat Pack to qualify in our liftoff.
Yeah, and I mean, the Rat Pack, they've been looking like the better team throughout most of the series already. And they're now in a position where they have almost 3 flips, one being used here, second one's not being used yet, both barriers done. Temple Melon's gonna be in a position as well to probably close out the game here even, as a nice play around Bam is gonna be good enough to get the clear out. Flip does come out, but again, it gets defended. The Rat Pack trying their best to get the core up front and just finish it out. The Falling Ballers are still fighting. They haven't given up yet, but again, it's looking a bit difficult to finish off this point.
Indeed, Darius Bewitching Beam. Also, Temple Melon has flip, so the second this Juliet gets just a little bit too close to the goal, which could be literally right now. Hey guys, it's actually right now. Sacrifices themselves by punching the opponent, winning the ball, and alt F4ing like as the that was the quickest alt F4 of all time. Anyway, Rat Pack takes it on over Ball and Ballers in a 2-0 fashion, qualifying perfectly. Ball and Ballers is not eliminated just yet, not even a little bit, as they were indeed also 2-0. So we'll be seeing them in bracket a little bit as well, as they're going to continue that run. And wow, Sloth, that was a best. We did not get, by the way, we did not get to the application, and I'm a little sad, I'll be honest.
Yeah, I'm a bit sad as well, but again, the Rat Pack, really good team, right? They've made it into landing now. They've secured themselves at least NASL as it stands, but that's not going to be enough for them. They're going to make that push for NASL, and I'm confident that they're going to be a threat in landing as well, and they're going to be a threat in NASL. I'm pretty confident that they're going to make it, and you saw now why, right? Ball and Ballers, again, by no means a bad team. They are 2-0 in this qualification process, but it just felt like they didn't have answers to what the Rat Pack was bringing to the table at all. So I feel like for both of these teams, Rat Pack, definitely the goal, to make it into NASLs and to be competitive there. Ball and Ballers, with the form that they're showing today, still very much in contention to make it into landing as well. Again, lost their first their series now out of the 3 that they've played. They're just going to go into the next qualification series now against another team that's going to be 2-1. So I feel like overall, though, great games. Although maybe a little bit too much Night Market today for my own taste, but the series themselves were great and fun to watch. That's for sure.
Yeah, definitely some fun and exciting games. Yeah, guys, honestly, I get it. We go to Night Market. We practice on Night Market 700 hours a week. It's the map. Fine. I'm just gonna, I'm gonna say every now and again that was too much Night Market for us. Sloth agrees, bro. Sloth's your guy. That guy agrees. But that will indeed be it for us, Sloth. That was actually a super sick block. And anything else you would like to say to the people of our planet who are currently viewing our broadcast?
Well, good games, more games to come, and stay excited because the games that are coming are also going to be more exciting as well. They're going to be better. A lot of great NASL teams potentially as well that we're going to be seeing today in Liftoff. But you're not going to see those matches if you're going now. So, you know, why would you? So stay tuned. We're going to go into a small little break to get everything set up.
Hello, everybody, and we are back with more Liftoff. Elimination round of round 4. I'm Too Soon, joined by Brickbat. And Brickbat, it is do or die here for both these teams.
Yep, we're pretty deep into the bracket, which means that both of these teams are fighting for their tournament life. Still an opportunity if you win this to make it to that much coveted landing spot, but of course, you still have a series before you, a full BO3 series now as well. We had our first one that last time, but we'll continue into that and going in a game here. We see Moonbeam Sama, I think, on the traditional melee goalie picks, which we've seen a little bit more variety, I think, in goalie picks this tournament. And Moonbeam Sama really likes to pick that, given those opportunities. Not to mention as well, a really weird tempo swing pickup here as well, I think. I think that's one of those awakenings where a lot of older players will have a trauma response with. It used to be incredibly strong, but nowadays it is no longer that monster that it was. And we're going to go into the game very quickly. Flowers picking up a signature Luna KO, and we'll see what they get from it.
Yeah, but at the cost of it, both barriers have been down. Still, offense is going to rage on here as Bertram steps in, and Flowers with the finishing touch. Unfortunately, gets taken off the board, and Bertram out of options, dealing with the extended hitbox from Kazan, just nowhere to clear to, and Daru gets there first, scoring that point.
Yeah, and triple specialized training actually going to be picked up by all three members of Lions Eat Bears, which is a bit scary. All three of them are ultimates that can just knock you out unstaggered if you're not paying attention. Of course, Luna a little bit easier to play around, but still absolutely can get jump scared, and we already see that there. Celsi losing half their HP basically instantly.
Yeah, but Tempo Swing's now a healing item, so not going to have issues getting that back. As we uncharacteristically see both sides with an open net, a beautiful save from Celsi. Nice Rose Warp, and Daru in the one-on-one is able to get it done with the closed primary, beating out Kai Barrage as Nova scores their second points.
Very, very strong play. I'm very impressed here by the offense of People Supernova. It feels like they both had just reversals of fortune in both these points so far, and Oni Village, a very stable map historically, so given that they were able to do that twice, I'm very curious to see how the rest of this game will go. That being said, if you do get that flip, this is the composition on Lions Eat Bears to absolutely punish that. I mean, look at that. Has to be blown basically defensively there, and Celsi's still going to be staggered as well.
Yeah, staggered and trying to contribute to this play as Natty Fangirl dribbles the ball, buying time for everyone to get into position. Flip forced out of Moonbeam Sama. Great patience, and Bertram doesn't have the options to deal with two people in his face. And unfortunately, nowhere to strike to as well. Kazan covering both the direct out and the up because of that extended hitbox. And a well-earned MVP from Moonbeam Sama, hoping for something a little bit better than the tempo swing that he has.
Yeah, and taking a look at some of the things here, I'm looking at things like the Rampage for this Kazan peak performance for anyone. Very curious, though, to see if that Deadeye is going to get picked up by the Luna. And yeah, it is. Flowers, of course, a player who really, really likes to KO, specializes it in it even, and maybe even to the detriment of other options. That being said, a Super Surge picked up for this Kai is also going to be incredibly powerful for that mobility, not to mention, skipped over it, but that hot shot on the Atlas, of course, incredibly strong on the character, not to mention incredibly strong on Oni Village, where you're going to need a lot of those guaranteed outs in order to keep that final barrier alive. So we'll see if the match can be brought to a standstill to really allow Daru all the time they need. It's not that he's needed too much time so far, but if that really becomes the case, I think Bertram's life becomes a lot harder.
Yeah, absolutely. But they are able to play for this damage win condition a lot better with Flowers taking both Spec Training and Deadeye. So far, both teams vying for position in the midfield. Nice coverage from Celsi. Not good enough. Still, though, beautiful utility from both of these goalies, allowing their forwards to keep getting the ball. And that's a nice confirm from Natty Fangirl off of the boost of Flowers.
Yeah, good team play between the two forwards here on Lions Eat Bears. Bertram now going to use that Super Surge to try to get up a little bit, but to no avail. This Atlas, again, even though it's in the open net, still a very strong goalie here.
Wow.
We're going to see a KO come through.
Oh, no!
All good. Hey, it's an elimination match. It's an elimination match in your qualification tournament. And this is, to be clear, Moonbeam Salma, relatively, to basically every other player in this tournament, a new face on the block, right? Big solo queue grinder. This is their first, not debut, but this is their first kind of big showing on their own roster, on a roster that didn't just use them as sort of this mid-season substitute. So it's going to be a little nerve. It's going to have nerves. A lot of people tend to forget that we've been around for so long, but for a lot of these newer players that we have, that very much still exists.
Yeah, absolutely. But still, recovering well from that unfortunate misplay, as Daru and Selassie have kept this ball on the other side of the field for quite some time. They just can't find the clear, not the hook, but the flip finally expended, and it goes right back to sender. Fortunately, not right there with the piercing shot, and Daru can't find it with the top spin either. Good defense, though, from the side of Lion Bears as Bertram steps up with that super surge. Can't quite find it, and a whiff flip is gonna hurt them as Darus tries to send it in once more. Trading flips, two of them burned, and the barrier still falls in the end. Bertram now on his last legs trying to step up here and make a play happen, but the defense from Moonbeam and Selassie has been so good, and they haven't had to play it nearly as long. What a beautiful flip from Moonbeam Sama as Daru tries to get into a position, top spins early. Oh no! Oh no! Can't be doing that. Daru gets in the way, saves Bertram, and Lion Eat Bears from a very good flip goal from Selassie.
Yeah, that's so unfortunate to see. This is going to give potentially an opportunity. No, though, it's going to be ended. It's as if it didn't even happen. Point goes the way of People's Supernova, and it's, I'll say, there's a little bit of struggle going on in this game, but hey, both teams here absolutely willing to thug it out.
Yeah, everyone gets their one. Moonbeam has his, Daru just got theirs. Everyone gets their one. We're going to wait and see if Selassie joins the tactical blunder train. But what hasn't been a blunder for them so far is getting that first barrier. Daru trying to cross them up, getting that second, and will do so with a well-placed open ultimate there. The hook isn't going to cash in on a barrier, so both will still stand strong for Nova, as it's an open net situation for them as Bertram scrambles in the pocket, just trying to get the ball away from both of these capable forwards, and a whip flip is going to help him do that. As Selassie burned theirs. Still though, Flowers trying to dribble up, can't quite find it, has to burn the flip as well, and Bertram's the one who finally gets them on the board there, pushing up with EB Super Surge as we were expecting.
Yeah, this is a bit scary though. One midfielder is going to go down. It's going to be up to Bertram, Natty Fangirl, but it's just not going to be enough. Yeah, Daru and Selassie are absolutely just having a very unstoppable offense, a very consistent offense, it feels like, into this Kai on Oni Village, and it really feels like Bertram has put himself, not put himself, but has been put by Selassie and Daru into a lot of checkmate situations.
Yeah, just not much you can do here. Kazan and Estelle cover so many options all the time. They are going to trade in barriers, and this is looking like a very good offensive push. Very patient in the midfield, and it slips through both the defenders of Nova. Daru trying to equalize, but unfortunately not going to cash in on that flip. Great patience from Bertram, still gets beat out by Daru though. And that's a great opportunity. Beautiful catch on the flip from Rasmus. And we're going to send it in top side, tying up 2-2.
Very big point here for the side of Lion Seat Bears, I think, right? Getting that 1-1 tie instead of going down 2-0. On top of that, right, having advantage for the draft, which can mean quite a lot. We still have Dash Awakenings on the table. We still have Size Awakenings on the table, right? Something that both the Rasmus and the Kazan want. And on the flip side, right, that Dash Awakening, good on the Estelle, good on the Kai. We'll see which way it goes, but right now we do have a KO.
Yeah, power play for Lions Eat Bears. They're doing a great job applying this pressure, but forwards in the net holding true so far. And unfortunately, Selassie doesn't have another strike on time, so the power play will work in Lion Eat Bears' favor as they now have to try and defend. Daru trying to shark this net. Selassie blinking in with the flip, but Nanny Fangirl is there to intercept it. Two flips now for the side of Lion Eat Bears. Open net to work with. A beautiful position ult. The forward sight from Moonbeam Sama to ult himself, and they're still alive. Cosmic expands, it's going to dwindle, but Moonbeam Sama covers it, and they're still in it. What a res, what a flip, what a play.
Yeah, that was an incredibly smart play for the Moonbeam Sam to do it all under that pressure too. Remember, again, first big tournament for that player, so we'll see if they are going to end up paying off for it. Bertram right now just absolutely fighting for his life, trying to just stay active here. Is going to maybe have an opportunity here with a Gig of the Barrage as well as he's there as well, but not going to be enough.
Yeah, so close for Liney Bears. I mean, the defense from Nova has been not subpar, superb. But unfortunately, all good things must come to an end, as a nice pass to Nanny Fangirl will get it through Moonbeam Sama.
Yeah, super big point. Bertram going to be your MVP as well. To complement that Super Surge, right, Cast to Last can be on the table. Reptile Remedy Deny as well. Glass Cannon, not to mention Glass Cannon Primetime, just both excellent awakenings in their own right for the Kai goalie. So Bertram has a very big power up here, and given his presence that he's able to have with the Super Surge and the eject button, I think this is actually going to be a really big difference. On the flip side, the size contention that I was talking about is going to go to the way of Kazan. Reptile Remedy, not the worst thing that you can be picking up, but against Estelle, Kazan, Atlas, it's not super duper great. So I think in essence, if Bertram can bring on his, his carry pants, I think this is a potential win condition here for the side of Lions Eat Bears. But on the flip side of the overall draft performance, I think goes the way of People Supernova.
Yeah, absolutely. Super unfortunate that any Fangirl just didn't have enough experience to get built diff despite his team winning the set. That's going to be felt for sure with Daru's presence on the other side of the field. What was also felt is another amazing live from Moonbeam Sama saving Celici, as Nova is looking to hold this second barrier, but can't hold on to Celici's life once more. Liv already on cooldown. Nice Giga from Bertram. It's another power play for Lion as they're trying to work this top side. Natty Fangirl can't quite hold on to it. Passes to Flowers, but unfortunately not in position. Flip just came online. Still though, offense will rage on, and that was a beautiful bounce off the back barrier to the pendulum swing. And Liney Bears, they're looking really strong right now with that goal being sent in off the boost.
Yeah, really good play on Naughty Fangirl there. Very, very good angle to get past Moonbeam Sama. And that's what you have to do, right? Moonbeam is playing a pretty good game so far. Has some pretty good awakenings on the Atlas as well. Unfortunately, not going to be able to revive themselves past that, unfortunately. But overall, you have to get a little creative to get past the Atlas, and that is exactly what Lions Eat Bears are doing right now.
Yeah, very creative, finding good angles to kill the members of Nova as well. All three members participating in the offense and defense, trading positions almost seamlessly, looks like. Natty Fangirl in the pocket, the midfield pocket, holding on, and the topspin is beat out, so that barrier will stay alive. Live and standing, looking strong as they're looking to cash in this next point. Bertram stepping up, not going to find the goal, but the team will find another kill. The momentum shifting completely into Lions' favors after what was a very dominant first point for Nova.
Yeah, Flowers, not able to get the KO, even stood still, was so confident, but is able to get that in the end. And gosh, Bertram looking so good right now. Really struggled, I think, in that first set, but with this prime time, he's able to play defense really well. He's able to play offense really well. And it now feels like all of a sudden, the People Supernova is really struggling to deal with both the added defense and offense off of Bertram's build.
Yeah, but that's a great turn of favor for them. Never mind, because Bertram equalizes almost instantly. Still, though, they can get this point here. They can finally get momentum back on their side. The tempo swinging into their corner. Celici and Daru taking a quick 20-second point.
Yeah, really, really well played here. People Supernova absolutely not out of it. This is still the team that 3-0'd the first set. Not to mention, they still have good builds themselves, right? Hot Shot on Moonbeam Sama, Glass Cannon on Celici, some much needed movement speed for the midfielder of People Supernova. Very much the ability to just play it even, play it safe, and take this. So we'll see if that ends up happening, though. As of right now, Lions Eat Bears with possession.
Yeah, Moonbeam Sama trying to get this offense started. All offense starts with the good goalie, right? And that Astral Projection beating the dribble is going to help. One flip to work with for each team. We'll have to see which barrier falls as a result of them. And Celici is just beating out Natty Fangirl in the midfield, keeping on the offense, looking at all this damage that Liony Bears is taking. Both the goalie and the midfield so low. Goalie eats orbs, pivoting to the offense, but Natty Fangirl in a 1v2 can't do it all by herself. Celici going to attack this bot side corner. Back pass, a little bit weird, but it'll still work in the end. Still the bot side corner, but not good enough. The corner offense on the wrong side, on the long side. Celici now in the midfield trying to pass up to Daru. It was a one-on-one, but a nice Giga. There's the first flip. Energy Econ now sidedly in the hands of Lion, but their barrier falls and looks like that energy won't matter as Daru gets it through with a top spin to supplement the goal.
A little bit slower, but the goal eventually was made. And as you mentioned, though, had a low bit of energy in order to get there. Celici needs to make a lot of use of this flip, which she might be able to do in just a second. No, that goalie barrier stays alive for now. Flip finally does come through. It's able to get it. It's an open net.
Open net in a very dangerous situation, but they get the last touch and clear it top side. They're able to trade for one, but not for two, as Moonbeam Sama is in the right position. Pushing up, pushing through, pushing forward is Nova, as Moonbeam Sama with the expanse is going to dissipate. The clear is found, but not a great attack on the barrier. They're still on the back foot. If they can kill Daru here, though, that'll be a huge boon for them. And he's looking extremely low, but they find Celici instead. There goes all the offense. It's been dissolved, and Daru still has that HP problem. Bertram walking up with a flip, but it's denied by the Cosmic Expanse. And what a save! A fortunate bounce up top. Celici's back online. Natty Fangirl now the one in the crosshair. Looking very low, not pivoting back for the defense. They need to trade this barrier ASAP. They have a flip to work with here. It's Korg going fast. It's overtime. Hot shot from Moonbeam Sama going to be ever so more dangerous. But unfortunately, not going to play a part, as it's Celici who gets the cross up. The nice shot, and it beats out Bertram's reaction. No flip expended there means that Nova is going to have a very good draft for them. A lot of potent picks, but what to take if you're this Estelle?
Curious to see. I feel like there's a lot of options. Quick strike. Oh, ends up going for the missile propulsion, only to really deny the Luna, who's very, very happy with this prize fighter nonetheless. Flowers, again, just wants to prioritize those KOs. That is her game plan. That is her identity, and I don't see any reason that she should deviate from it, especially in this game so far. I think another interesting pickup, though, to maybe talk about for a little bit is that quick strikes on the Atlas. A lot of those claustrophobic situations in the corner can now become a little bit easier for Moonbeam Sama. Of course, it's going to be a lot easier if the enemy goalie just kind of gets taken out like that, but we'll see how this game plays out.
Yeah, forwards in the net for Lion once more. A lot of KOs happening on Oni Village, which is extremely uncharacteristic of the map. And that's a beautiful angle from Natty Fangirl. Unfortunately, doesn't get the double that we're hoping for. Celici was there, and Celici doing it all, saving them from disaster and earning them a point. Beautiful play from this Estelle in the midfield.
And we'll see what comes of it. So right now, Bertram has been in a lot of situations where he's been KO'd. Part of that comes from that extra aggression that he wants to use with that Super Surge eject button, with that prime time, but there's still damage, like a little bit of damage to worry about here, especially from Celici, and Kai is a fragile striker after all, so we'll see if that becomes a big problem, especially now that there isn't a lot of HP left back in the draft. We'll see what comes of it, but as of right now, Daru is the one taking punishment.
Yeah, and there's the aggression from Bertram paying off. The barrage just barely beating out the Cosmic Expanse. Nice strike from Flowers keeps this second barrier alive. And so far, it's Lion in control of this point here. Moonbeam Sama does have a flip and has the foresight to res himself again. As an Atlas player, that is not easy to do. but Moonbeam Sama 2 for 2 with it so far. Very impressive, but has a whole lot to deal with because all 3 members of Lion are going to have their flip very soon. Bertram stepping up to the pocket, not quite going to find it, and there's one flip expended for a kill, trying to make this, getting this point a lot easier. Team player almost backfiring with that flip, and Celicy gets the strike. Despite all this offense, they just can't do it. The hook's even helping them out. Disaster for Lion as they just can't quite cash it in. Now it's a flip from Celicy up to Daru, not going to find it, but they still have possession of the core. Bertram barrages early, still not changing much, but there's a nice clear top side. Just kidding, because Celicy's there with the Rose Warp, and Daru's going to win his one as well. What beautiful defense, and then the sustained offense from Nova. They're looking in top form right now.
Really, really good play. Again, People Supernova, just absolute death grips on the offense right now. Flip from Natty Fangirl, which she was holding all throughout last point, has to be used defensively now. And Bertram, like I mentioned earlier, is going to have a little bit of issues with HP resources come some of these plays. We'll see, though, if this offense can go through.
Yeah, but it's Daru in the one, and that's the crooked leverage 50-50 golden position, and unfortunately the chance of a comeback for Lion is stripped away. And it's not even that Lion played bad, Brickbat. They played to their strengths super well, but I mean, Celicy and Moonbeam Sama on the defense just look unbeatable despite the sustained pressure. Even with Bertram stepping up on Kai, it was just too much. And then you're running Kai into Kazan, and Kai doesn't have the same defensive options or capabilities as an Atlas or Ndubu. It's literally just barrage and strike. And you just have to wonder what their plan is, because they played well, but quite frankly, Nova played very well, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I think part of that comes down to the playstyle that Lions Eat Bears wants to do. I think Bertram is very much a mechanically competent player, wants to do a lot of that aggression, wants to play in multiple roles, and doing so enables Flowers to focus more on finding those picks and kind of ramping up and getting those KOs. But unfortunately, I don't think that game plan played off. I think that Moonbeam Sama was very, very confident with the revives, especially on the ones on themselves. And Flowers sitting here with 5 KOs, that is not enough of an impact to really make a difference in a game. And obviously 5 KOs, still a little bit of difference, will be the determiner in some points, maybe even a set or two, right? But not the double-digit KOs you really need to see to be able to say that you took over a game. And I think if we are to see an adaptation, I think maybe something with better kill confirm. The Rasmus, of course, was really, really good, but I felt like Flowers had to find a lot of the picks herself, which of course she's confident and completely able to do, but it didn't feel like there's a solid game plan fitting around it. And we'll see if Lions Eat Bears wants to change that in the next game, or if they maybe want to take away something like the Atlas in the case of Moonbeam Sama picking it up again and just preventing that sort of thing from happening.
Yeah, Moonbeam Sama on the Atlas was doing super well, not only watching himself for any kill threats, but had a few reses on Celicy as well, and that really stifled Lion's ability to play to this sort of death ball, snowbally offense as much as they would have liked to. But I think it's also the map. Oni's Village doesn't really reward kill comping as much as something like Taiko Temple or Atlab, where you can have that really easy corner offense and just stuff it through because the lack of the man is felt more. But on Oni's Village, because it's so open and the passing lines are so free, they play to that strength, Nova did. And they really just move the ball around Lions there. So honestly, even though they were able to execute as best as they could have on the map, I do think just the fact that they had the options and the mobility to manipulate the core around this Rasmus and this Luna made it so that the power plays weren't as dangerous as they could have been.
Yeah, 100% agreed. We saw a lot of those situations where the pick on Daru or Celicy happened, and Natty Fangirl, while making some really good plays himself, and able to get a lot of barriers, especially with a lot of creative uses of the pendulum swing, just wasn't able to do enough. And I think that's exactly as you put it, right? The power plays were not as devastating, right? Moonbeam Sama was able to hold even in some 2v1 situations when it was handed off to them. And Line Eat Bears need to figure out a game plan. In hindsight, I think the spec training between the Luna, the Kai, and the Rasmus was pretty cohesive. Like, I see the vision in that, being able to, even though you're picking something like the Kai that isn't necessarily KO focused, the fact that there is a spec training means that you actually have two characters that can confirm. But unfortunately, it was playing a little bit too much with fire, maybe cooking a little bit too hard in the kitchen. And at the end of the day, Moonbeam Sama was able to hold it down. So we'll see if maybe something else comes through. I know that Natty Fangirl, big Rasmus. I think they're a pretty solid Rasmus player. But again, every brawler nowadays has a pretty extensive pool of what they could pick out, and I want to see if something else will happen. Of course, if the Vice slips through, I'm wondering if Flowers will end up picking it. That is, of course, her signature character and something that she likes to default to, especially in some of these high-pressure back against the wall situations. We'll see what happens, though.
Yeah, as we finally get a peek at the Game 2 map and starting Awakenings. Heading over to Night Market with Reptile Remedy and Super Surge, and those are very different Awakenings in what they want to accomplish. On Night Market as well makes this more favorable for Lion, because Night Market is a very kill heavy map with any brawler taking that speed gate and finding you unaware close to the edge. It's devastating, really, if you get a Juliet and dash punch and you're cooked. Super Surge makes it so finding these long range dashes, making that dash a little bit more dangerous, not for scoring, not necessarily for kill potential, because there's some weird interactions there. But Reptile Remedy makes it so that chipping away at them with damage, like they were doing last game with their spec training and their Deadeye and their tempo swings, it's going to be less effective. But Pig's coming out, and Lion's going to get rid of Daru's Kazan, which I think makes a lot of sense, because that Kazan was schmovin' on Oni's Village.
Yeah, 100% agree. I think that debut ban also just makes a lot of sense, right? Bertram's signature character, something that he's absolutely 1v9'd very high level games in. So it makes sense to just say, previous game be damned, clinching our goalie's pool be damned. We're just going to get rid of it and not have to deal with it. Moonbeam Sama, of course, the pick of the litter between Mako and Atlas is going to be absolutely fine. And looks like they are opting into the Mako. Oh, and actually we see a Mako era X composition come through, which is something that, obviously been a staple, will always be a staple here in this level of play. And on the flip side, though, is that a Zentaro goalie or is that a Rasmus midfield? I'm actually curious to see.
You don't think it's gonna be Aimee on?
Wait, it could absolutely be
Rasmus.
Well, okay, well it could be, but then you have Rasmus Zentaro as forward.
Yeah,
right.
That's a little weird.
But I'm wondering if it is a Aimee midfield, it could also be a Rasmus goalie as well. But I actually don't know if Bertram plays this. This could really go either way.
But still, on paper, it looks very good, because Zentaro looks, with the Super Surge start just given to him, means that character's basically Thanos, like, already. Because EI Rush going as far as it does, your passive, your Oni's Blade, they just cover so much more area. And they make your confirms that much more potent. And the extra speed on a character like Rasmus, and the extra range, especially if it's EB Aimee, makes it so that even the goalie can participate from across the field. But loading in, seeing the picks, looks like it's going to be Bertram on the Rasmus goalie, with Flowers on Aimee and Natty on Zentaro.
Yeah, I mean, I'm curious to see. I haven't seen too much of Bertram's Rasmus. It's definitely something, it's not what he's known for, so I'm very curious to see. Theoretically, Rasmus into X, I think, favors Rasmus a little bit, so long as he gets the range to play with, the space to play with, which he absolutely can. Between the Zentaro and the Aimee, they could absolutely get space and deny areas that people want to be, just even through just damage threat alone, right? So I think Bertram potential to really shut out Daru here, but this is still Aramako X, right? This is still a composition that scales incredibly hard. This is still a composition that could brute force their way through a lot of situations, and especially if you are going down set 1, it can be a brutal comeback situation.
Yeah, absolutely, and they already had a kill to boot, and even though Natty Fangirl is online, they don't have the experience that everybody else does, so no ults, and they're making great use of their positioning right now to get that second barrier. Flowers has her flip already, going to back pass to Bertram, who was lagging a little bit, scary stuff, but it works out in the end. Flowers inserting herself into the play, getting the ball into a fortunate bounce, that Natty Fangirls, that EI rush is going to hit literally everything from that corner. And even though it was a rough start, Lion get the first point.
Yeah. Really, really strong. Of course, yeah, the Super Surge is going to be so impactful on literally all of these characters, right? The 2 Dash Awakening from Mako is still very much a win condition for this team, and starting the game with one of them is going to be very, very nice. On the flip side, though, we're seeing so much damage come out onto Lion Eats Bears. Flip has to be used defensively by Flowers. Is able to get 1 goalie barrier for her troubles, but this is a bad situation to be in.
Yeah, one of the worst that I've seen them. Both forwards battered and bruised. Daru going to heal back up, stealing away that orb from Natty Fangirl, who gets staggered. It doesn't even matter because Celici and Daru just have such overwhelming offense, the two of them, especially because both forwards of Lion are forced out of the play because of their health bar.
One thing to note as well, we've got a Pums Aimi. And Flowers, the player, very much liking to go for those KOs. We'll see if she'll be able to do it with a glitch pop combo, but this also means that your midfielder has no mobility unless you have a man advantage, so it could be pretty tough to deal with if you're not able to get it. And so far as of right now, Lions Eat Bears has not been able to. We still have a situation though where you do have 2 kill confirmed characters between the Zentaro and the Rasmus. Both of their specials are very good for taking out a staggered player. The problem is getting them there in the first place right now. Feels like that opportunity has not arisen with Natty Fangirl having to play with her HP so defensively.
Yeah, Natty Fangirl looking like the midfielder with all this positioning sandwiched between her teammates. Ooh. And that's just a nice confirm off the bis clear from Bertram. Flip not expended there, and I think that was a good play. Because if we look at the energy econ of the other team, both forwards going to have theirs very soon. So that's a valuable resource for them off of what was a very doomed start. And what a turn! Flowers getting a kill! Natty Fangirl getting the second barrier, hit stunning Moonbeam Sama. I was yapping about how energy is going to come into play for this point. No, because Celici's taken off the board, and guess how quickly that turns around for them as there's 2 flips to work with for Lion.
Yeah, and this is arguably the most important point that we're going to see this game. Do you have the set 1 advantage here on Aramako X, or are you playing for scaling? So the way that this shapes out will influence the rest of the game. We'll see how it goes.
Yeah, power play looking good! And there's the second man down! The turret confirming Moonbeam Sama, who was forced back to the goal line. And out of thin air, it seems like Lion is able to steal away this first point. And there's a Deadeye for the Aimi. Probably the best awakening Flowers could have hoped for, because that will make her kill that much harder.
Yeah, deja vu from the previous game. Of course, the previous game went a little bit differently, but stacks on X over the Rampage. I'm quite curious to see why Daru, to see if Daru is able to utilize this effectively. I would have picked Size here every time, especially with the Era and the Mako on my back. Tempest Wing going to be picked up for Era. Of course, in the days of old, this used to be a sleeper pick on the Era, right? Because she could proc it so much with the Tornado. Now, of course, it's nerfed. I still think it's usable because I think that interaction is still a little bit strong, but it's not going to be the sudden health bar destroyer that we saw back in days past. So interesting to see how this will go. An unfortunate offense means that People Supernova is going to lose a barrier, but for now, I think Lions Eat Bears is just very, very happy that they did not lose this first set. Very, very crucial win for them.
Yeah, absolutely. Sets the tone, sets the pace for them. as they're able to equalize in barriers off of the unfortunate bell ringer, but Daru makes up for past mistakes, getting that second one in no time flat. The sentry turret's online, exerting so much pressure that allows Natty Fangirl to set herself up for a beautiful confirm with the EI rush. But still no, X is massive, bullying Bertram, and if that Maelstrom was just a little bit later, that could have been a very clean goal. Unfortunately, we're still going to try and make up for that as well. We have a flip almost online for Daru. Moonbeam Sama holding on to his for right now. Flowers with the core and a flip, but Moonbeam Sama sets it up. It's caught by the EI rush. It's sent right back to Natty Fangirl, but even better defense from People's Supernova. They hold on. The sentry turret back online. Not going to find anything either, though, as People's Supernova doing a great job thwarting every single advance from Lion.
Yeah, the defense holds for now, and it's going to be Daru's opportunity to maybe shine here, unless Natty Fangirl steals it out. No, not going to happen. We'll see what comes of it. Flip on Daru could go any which way.
Yeah, we're playing it a lot slower now, and as we're trying to find a subtle opportunity to get offense well established. It's overtime, so it's so hard to keep possession of this core without something like a sentry turret or a Maelstrom to block a path, an avenue. And Moonbeam Sama so patient, waiting out for that. And Daru finds the core in their capable hands, pops the X Maximus, hits both the core and the goalie, tail is all the time, and it goes in.
Yeah. Is crucially able to preserve that flip as well, so that the energy deficit that People's Supernova would have potentially been in is not nearly as bad now. Unfortunately, without whiff flip, they are going to be in that bad situation now, but with one goalie barrier down, it's not all hope is lost here, but we'll see, though. It is a little bit of a rough situation. A double barrier flip from Bertram on the defense is so beautiful to see.
Yeah, very fortuitous for them. Natty Fangirl staggered but not out of the play. I mean, the length of this dash off of one awakening, it's just so perfect. Natty Fangirl sent the core like almost perpendicular, like just up. And he was still able to catch it with the dash, send it in top side. I mean, every single player is using their abilities to the max right now. And it's crazy to see the level difference for somebody like me versus these people on the screen right now.
Yeah, I feel that a little bit, but we'll see if that level of play continues right now, because we are 1-1, and again, even though the first set might be the most important, that Era X scaling is still very much threatening in set number 2. You don't want to really be even or down against them at any point, and even though the offense is going very well for Lions Eat Bears, they still have that goal to score. Flowers with the flip is there, but not going to really have the support. And with that gone, Natty Fangirl needs to make something happen right now.
Yeah, Bertram's doing God's work in the midfield, getting to speed gates, holding on to the core, killing off so much time from this power play. They only have 5 seconds to work with it by the time Flowers is back online, and they're only able to cash in one barrier. A beautiful kill from Lion Eats Bears as they're looking to reset this offense, and Snare Drum's coming out at a perfect time to beat out Flowers' blink. And Daru here, working bot side all by his lonesome, is able to charge up his flip. Celasy is going to have theirs soon. Daru's going to use it, confirmed with the bull rush. They still hold on to the core. A great turn for them. Even better now. 2 players basically on death's door. One of them already met her maker. Natty Fangirl trying to kill out this power play without dying herself, but that's a tough task when Daru's hounding you. There's Celasy with the flip, gonna wait it out entirely, and Bertram reads it. So, all in all, the worst of it has been prevented, but still, it's Nova trying to rage forth and get this point.
Yeah, flip now going to be burned from Bertram. Has to play the defense here, but it's going to be in the hands of Daru again. Not able to give the movement speed to get that final 50-50 shot. Shot from Natty Fangirl going to be defended away from Celasy. The glitch pop doesn't find its mark. The tornado's there as well. Moonbeam Sama on the Mako has the flip to work with. Will be very comfortable. Has to blow it here, though. Daru now, maybe an opportunity. Has to make this shot here. The X Maximus is going to be there. It's going to be enough despite the whiffed flip. And it was a little ugly. It was a little brutal. And they might not have no energy anymore. But the People's Supernova are going to find themselves here on set point.
Yeah, equalizing here would be huge for them. But what's not huge for them is Flowers getting a kill. That's the Pum's Deadeye difference right there. X was nowhere near the edge, but was forced there anyway. Now Natty Fangirl walking up with the flip, getting bruised though, going to use it, and he's gonna find it through 3! Natty Fangirl is going to die in the end, but they are able to get that goal, and that's all that matters, no matter what you took to get there.
Yeah, Flowers' opportunity to maybe score here as well. Natty Fangirl are going to be up. We'll see, though. They need to equalize the set as soon as possible to not get into the dreaded set 4 situation for people's Supernova. There it is. Flip expended, which means that Moonbeam Sama and Celicy are going to have the leg up in this upcoming point, but it is absolutely winnable for the side of Lions Eat Bears. It's going to be a little tough, but they have to do it in order to keep themselves in this game.
Yeah, Sentry Turret expended on the defense as Daru still retains possession. That Bull Rush is going to whip and allow Natty Fangirl and Flowers to get their hands on the offense. Nice Oni's Blade to keep Natty Fangirl alive as Bertram steps up. But it's Moonbeam Sama with the perfect pitch. Not quite perfect enough, but that flip certainly will be. Second barrier has fallen. Daru is so close to a flip, as well as Natty Fangirl. The core is in their opponent's side, but not for long as Daru dribbles. It gets broken up by Flowers. They really need to equalize here before overtime, and they will with a nice pass play. The Sentry Turret's online, EI Rush, but unfortunately these abilities aren't going to find their mark. A Fangirl in the midfield trying to delete Celicy from the map. Isn't going to do it quite just yet, though, as we tick ever so closer to OT, and it's Natty Fangirl eating the buzzer. What a beautiful passive and dash play. That was awesome.
Natty, that was fucking sick. Yeah, that was super awesome. Sorry, Natty Fangirl, not the other guy. Natty Fangirl, that was super duper sick. And that is such a clutch play from Natty Fangirl, aka Lalamau, right? Gonna talk about that for a second. This is now the lose condition for the Era Mako X. They now have to win in the set where the X hasn't fully scaled to his potential. Of course, gotta have the stacks on stacks and the Reptile Remedy, not to mention even more stagger on top of that with the peak performance, right? Still a very cohesive build, still gonna be a force to reckon with, but this is not quite the X that can fully take over the game just quite yet. And with that KO found by Flowers, the momentum has been solidified. Lions Eat Bears have a real shot at winning this one and taking us to a game 3.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially with the fact that Celicy was taken off the board so quick, and the power play will be cashed in fully. Both barriers falling. Natty Fangirl just didn't have the right bounce, but we'll get it there off the drum and bass. Natty Fangirl just in the middle of everything, cashing in points, abilities, kills, whatever, and getting it done.
Very fast point as well, which is really good. It prevents that X from getting the stacks on stacks and only getting it very late in the set where the relevancy will not be as much, which is very good. It's going to be very hard to kill this X, so the less that he touches the core, the better. We already see, look, Flowers using the glitch pop just to make sure that X doesn't get possession and get any of those stacks. X has touched the core twice this point so far.
Yeah, not what you want to see. Most of your stacks coming from ability hits and not strike hits, but that's a good touch. Getting the kill on Natty Fangirl there is going to be a huge boon for this offense. That glitch pop is going to shave off precious seconds, but Daru's just able to get there with the Bull Rush. Bertram waiting it out and is going to win his one, even though it looked a little shaky. It's Daru with all the speed in the world, though, getting it off the rebound and equalizing points, a much needed one for people Supernova.
Yeah, really good point. Again, never out of the woods against Era Mako X, but you are in your win condition situation. So play it calm, play it collected, and this should be a win for Lions Eat Bears. Daru, though, making me eat my words, already able to get one barrier, and with the assistance as Mako, it could be a very deadly offense here.
Yeah, but the energy decidedly in the hands of Lion, especially when Celicy is taken off the board yet again, trying to get this power play started, and Daru is going to be the target of a lot of abilities and a whiffed flip as well. Beautiful flip from Moonbeam Sama though, able to get it in, and crazy ping pong activities with the opening goal barriers, but Daru is able to get the better of it and cash in yet another point for People Supernova.
Yeah, there's one thing that this X is, it's fast, right? 522 move speed, the highest in the game by, I believe, a solid 75. So, not going to be able to kind of maneuver around him as cleanly as you'd like.
Yeah, what an snare drums from Moonbeam Sama. The kittens are meowing for Daru as he is just getting all the support in the world with all the speed. The stacks are fully stacked. This is the worst case situation for Lions Eat Bears, who are looking to close it out here and now. Sentry Turret's going to go wide, and the portal, the tornado is going to shove Bertram away. Flowers cover it with the glitch pop, but in the franticness, trying to get up to the top side, Celace's going to turn it in anyway, and Daru is MVP. Going to be rewarded here. A lot of good options, Spectrating, Demolitionist, a lot of speed as well.
Yeah, we'll see what he ends up picking. This is going to be really interesting. There's nothing that shatters the game in two, per se. I'm actually more looking at this aerials for the Mako. That actually might be the biggest pickup here for this draft. That is a double Dash Awakening Mako, right? Which means that this X era has been turbocharged. Unfortunately, we were looking at the X checkmate here in draft, but the Mako one is the thing to be fulfilled instead. And dare I say it, very greedy on the Flowers. I think on Flowers, and maybe not deny it. A little bit maybe greedy on Bertram, who was, I believe, earlier in drafts, if I remember correctly. I could be wrong, but to not deny that, I think might bite Lions Eat Bears in the butt. We'll see what could happen, though. Omega Infused Accelerator going to be on Natty, who has been playing fantastically, and some much-needed move speed on the team of Lions Eat Bears can go a long way.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. But it's only if Natty Fangirl can hold on to her life as much as can, because this era have been killing. Bertram with a beautiful whiplash, preventing the worst of it, but a whiff strike won't do the job, as Daru sends it right at Bertram, throwing away his timing, and it's the first point for People Supernova.
This is a situation where things can get really dicey really quick. Obviously, it's not a guaranteed loss, right? But the scaling has happened. The window of opportunity where you're significantly stronger than the Era X Mako has passed. And that means a lot of opportunities can come the way of Daru and Celace to really close it out here. We'll see, though. Especially going to have a lot of opportunities with Moonbeam Sama's support. But Natty Fangirl, who's made some amazing plays so far this game, is absolutely not going to give up without a fight.
Yeah, getting stonewalled right now, but that's a great opportunity. Forces out the flip, and Bertram can't quite cash it. So Moonbeam Sama will earn them that second barrier, and Daru picks up a kill for them as well. Any Fangirl trying to rotate back on this defense so low because of that Omega Infused Accelerator. It's Daru with all the speed in the world, and a flip to boot. And it's Celace getting hers as well. The Sentry Turret expended on the defense. The flip not even expended. Bertram completely ran down by this X. Was a whopping 525 movement speed, making Natty Fangirl's pick seem completely obsolete.
Yeah, that is 525 before Mako, before Era, right? Jumping up to the 700s when either buff comes on him. Just to hit tab right now, approaching 800 in some of these situations, right? That is almost twice the default of some of these strikers. Absolutely brutal to deal with, and unless a play can happen right now in this power play, which is happening well, it's going to be a very uphill battle for Lions Eat Bears for the rest of this game.
Yeah, the one thing that's been ringing true for Lions Eat Bears is the fact that they're able to find these picks. But unfortunately, it's just like Oni's Village. They can't cash in because their opponent has just scaled so hard. Daru's winning every single strike war. He's getting the core back to him every single time from Celace and Moonbeam Sama. And it's just working because this X has fully scaled, and it's only going to get worse with something like 1-2 or the Happy Star to complement his spec training.
Yeah, 100% agree. The extra special spec training Unfortunately, no power to boot it to kind of really super duper turbocharge. To be quite honest, feels like it's going for a little bit of extra icing on the cake, right? Obviously, there's no extra move speed that you could really get, but that was kind of the game plan that Daru was going for in a lot of these, and was able to find some KOs, which is really, really nice. But how fast he's going, that's what's the pressure on Lions Eat Bears right now. Now, as we enter this final set here, it feels like I'm seeing a little bit of writing on the wall. People Supernova have absolutely scaled. They have absolutely hit their win condition, and all they need to do is play clean Omega Strikers, and they will find their way into the next round and into another opportunity to punch their ticket into landing.
Yeah, but I really like the draft from Lion Eat Bears. They got a lot of damage with it, and that's the sort of thing you need when you're on the back foot. And what you've been doing great is finding these picks. Daru just barely going to clinch onto their life, and Natty Fangirl can't quite say the same, getting taken on a trip to their demise. And it's Daru able to find that second barrier, the damage not quite flowing enough without him. For Lions Eat Bears. It's a beautiful passing play, and Bertram and Flowers doing great work in the goal arc. As Celice's looking worse for wear here. Still going to try and pass up to Daru, but it's Flowers with the flip. Can't find anything off of it. It's Daru stepping up with a flip of their own, but unfortunately not going to find it either. There's the flip, but Bertram's quick on the trigger, able to react to it. That's a crazy save for them, and there goes Celice off on the entire map, from the cross of the map, really. It's this great opportunity for Lions Eat Bears if they're able to cash in on it, because right now Sifu Supernova are completely strapped of energy, and they just got their person back on line 2.
Yeah, the defense is coming through. Daru winning the strike war, but it's actually going to be knocked away by Bertram. Flip comes through as well. Ooh. Almost snipes away that goalie barrier, but just held by Moonbeam Sama. Eventually, it's going to go down, but Daru, another opportunity here. No, it's going to be intercepted by Flowers. The Oni's blade is there as well, but nothing to be had. We are solidly into overtime. Any team can take this point.
Yeah, and it's going to be the team player proc from Flowers, just shooting it top side. I don't think his soul was ready and aware for it, and that's going to work to Lions Eat Bears' favor. A hard-earned point, but a point they so desperately needed.
100% agreed. At the end of the day, scaling be damned, the win conditions be damned. If you put that core in the net, you'll win more often than you lose. Daru taking a lot of damage. This is going to be a really big KO if it happens, because it resets those stacks. You have to believe that Flowers is feeding for it, but that opportunity might not come to pass. A double barrier shot already.
Yeah, double barrier, but Bertram looking so comfortable in this net. God knows I wouldn't be, as Flowers is pushed away by this magical maelstrom. Flowers back pass, very risky as Daru was so close to it. We're waiting out every single ability. Sentry turret on the defense, buying every precious second that they can, as Daru finally close to staggered out of the play. A moment to breathe for Lions Eat Bears, as Natty Fangirl sort of flounders like a fish in the midfield. And there's a snipe from cross map. That's the aerials difference right there. Moonbeam Sama getting People Supernova on the board.
Yeah, 1-1 situation down the wire here, and again, advantages all going towards the side of People Supernova. Look at Daru just running an absolute rampage, going right through an 8-second point on board. Now putting Lions Eat Bears at their elimination point. Again, lose this point and you go home. Win this and you have another shot at life. Daru looking really hungry here, but we'll see what happens.
And it's not a good start for Lions Eat Bears. Flowers burning their flip, and Natty Fangirl out of the count. Celice trying to go for a crazy angle, not going to find it though. And Natty Fangirl is back online, forcing Moonbeam someone to use their flip, but Bertram has to use his just to be safe. You can't take any risk when you're on Death's Door like this. Bertram trying to step up a little bit further, get the offense roaring and back online for Lions Eat Bears, but Daru with the flip. Bertram's able to, not the flip, the X Maximus, and Bertram's able to evade it for now. 19 seconds until overtime, and that's honestly the win condition for Lions Eat Bears. They can get that team player red coring and just use the chaos to their advantage. But in the midst of the chaos is Daru winning the strike war. into Bertram. And unfortunately for Lions Eat Bears, that is wraps for them, and Nova gets their second shot to make it to landing.
Yeah, that was super unfortunate. I saw that strike war a little bit too early, and that yeah, I despaired. That was rough to watch, especially because there was almost that opportunity, but the game plan was too clean from the Peeper Supernova. Daru, an absolute monster in that brawling position, a 10+1 performance, 42,000 damage, the most in the game for both goals and damage by a pretty good margin too in terms of those goals, right? Just so solid here on those fundamentals, right? And Moonbeam Sama did not put a highlight on themselves like they did in those previous games, but did play the double dash awakening Mako, played that supportive role perfectly. And honestly, in those positions, if they're not noticing the Mako, then you're playing the Mako correct, right? Because they're not thinking about they're not thinking about the Mako that's in the back playing the drums. They're thinking about this double-sized X with 700, 800 move speed in front of your face, just clobbering away at you. So really well played, really solid fundamentals coming out from People Supernova. This is looking like an incredibly strong team to contend with for these last few slots in Liftoff.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll play to them, but that is it for this set. When we come back, more Omega Strikers, so don't go anywhere. Hello, and we are back with more Liftoff. I'm still here. Brickback left me, but it's okay because Yoshi64 is here instead, and he's way better than that guy. Am I right?
That's what I'm saying. Breakbat hates us, and he put me on because he's sick of everything, and so we're here locking in for MF Doom versus For Those Who Strike After. I don't actually know if they have it before. I added that. I made that up, but we're getting into game one on Inky's Splash Zone, and it's. I think of both these teams, and I don't know how they're going to perform on Inky's. It's looking like MF Doom picked it, so obviously they must have a game plan. I'm looking forward to see what they're pulling out because, again, this is one of those maps that, especially in a tournament like Liftoff, where we're not talking about NASL here. Like you watch NASL teams play on Inkies, and it's usually 10 minutes, but it's something else. We're talking about two teams that are going to have to show up and perform on this map that usually a lot of teams struggle with. So loading up right in here, we've got a double brawler comp that's already popping off coming out from MF Doom. They clearly have a plan. We're just gonna have to see how it pans out here.
Yeah, really interesting. Double brawler on Inkies, which is just so unbelievably open. And by Jove, it's working! It's working somehow, some way. Social Fox on the Drakkar midfield snipes it through. Fwops, Flame Flurry, and yeah, what can do when double brawlers scoring on you on Inkies in 20 seconds?
Yeah, and honestly, I don't disagree with this strategy. Inkies is a map that, again, it goes by very quickly, and so their plan is to just get these points one and done. Their whole comp, it can very easily be outscaled by speed, of which in this patch there's a lot, and so I think they're playing a dangerous game. They're just trying to end this in 3 sets. They want to show up and just sweep every point in less than 20 seconds as they have been doing. And if they're able to get that done, then hey, I think that's just the game. But the moment the points last just a little bit too long, the moment that those who strike after get any sort of opportunity to make something happen, it might fall apart. Again, they just have no midfield presence, but right now they just don't need it. They are getting these barriers.
Yeah, they don't care in the slightest. 2 flips to work with. Water Cannon online, offering so much pressure. Social Fox trying to work them on side! Loses control! And there she goes. Jack Limestone covering the top angle, hoping that Social Fox could lock it down. It was not locked down, and such is the life when you push up as a goalie.
Yep, all the momentum that MF Doom had now gone. They're going to have to try and recover, get the set back. And right now, it's looking like they kind of got a flip used to dribble. And now Dorito blocking that angle, but still, they have a KO, they have a power play, they have an open net, they have another flip. They have 2 flips. They have a lot to work with here, and it's kind of hard to see this point not go their way.
Yeah, Social Fox with the core. Doesn't even need to use the flip. Passes right to Fwop. And there it goes. Another quick point. Sub 30 seconds. This, like you were talking about, their game plan. They want to get these done and done fast. And there are some crazy picks to help them do it. Most notably, 1-2 punch on the board.
Yeah, I really want to see who picks up 1-2 punch. If it's Fwop, that's going to be a very quick, like just more dash punches. Gets denied by Turbo. Great, great idea. Is going to be able to hit the core very quickly now, which I think is going to be very nice. That is a very potent win condition for this team. Again, just no mobility for MF Doom. They are 3 melee slow characters. They can't really deal with core speed. So if Turbo's able to make use of it, obviously it's a deny. Like, they just don't want to deal with it. But if they can make use of it, then that's going to be very big. Otherwise, Fwop picked up size, and again, just another dash punch right there. No 1-2, no problem. That's a barrier, and that's another power play. Shades of the last point. This is looking great for MF Doom.
Yeah, all 3 members participating in the offense seamlessly off the power play. It's a far cry to what Lions Eat Bears wanted to accomplish with their last games in the previous sets. because these three members, they get one kill and they just walk them down. And Zonseki, even though he's able to get this barrier, it gets traded relatively quickly. But the core still in their possession. That water cannon, so dangerous, forces out the flip. A huge break for MF Doom as we're in an open net situation.
Yeah, and we are seeing some of the value out of this Drakkar pick, who obviously is a brawler. A lot of value out of Julie. Flop is just getting these dash punches left and right, but the Drakkar ult always been one of those tools that's really nice. It slows your enemies. We saw Social Fox hit Turbo with it. It didn't amount to much, but I think that's something to watch out for. That is a way to mitigate this speed deficit, the mobility. And here, big flip coming out, not able to score it, but there, Molten Bolt again, also blocked by Brett, who picked up the Omega Infused Accelerator. New Awakening on the board, going to be moving different here, as like 500 stagger total right now. But again, is able to just get so much mobility in the net on Inkies. That's going to be really nice. And both teams right now, we're in overtime. This 1-2 punch has a great opportunity, but that's going to be Zonseki interrupting the dribble, not letting that go through, getting a goal, tying up this set. And it seems like all the momentum that MF Doom really exploded with beginning of this game is starting to slow down.
Yeah, Bread's accelerator pick makes it so that the defense is so much easier, actually, which you would think would be with the contrary because it's the double brawlers. But I mean, Bread's covers like 75% of the open net, and then Turbo Zonseki get the other half, or the other 25. And it's not really a challenge for them to defend as long as they're not getting their confirms, which it would be a challenge for MF Doom with these forwards running interference. With possession of the core, though, it's Turbo. Zonseki with the flip has to wait out. The Cosmic Expanse, dashing in with the passive, but doesn't have the right angle for it. Still, though, core on a favorable side. Zonseki gets staggered and is going to get killed, but saved from death by Turbo, who flips it in and scores. Those who strike after. There we go. Those who strike after. Wait, is that an Expedition 33 reference?
I think it is, and they are here striking after, looking to strike, not strike out. That's the bad one. Looking to strike in, dare I say. And that save from the previous point, saving Zonseki's life, being able to score before he was able to get KO'd. Saved his orbs. It's only 2 orb stacks, but still the Awakening on the board. Here now, another power play. And just every time MF Doom gets a power play, they get something out of it, and it's been so valuable. Not able to get anything out of the water, but if they're able to score here, they can tie up this set and look to try and regain or reaffirm that lead. And they're going to with a big dash punch right there, able to get it right past Breads. Just not fast enough through Zonseki, and hey, 1 more point, and they can take this game 2 sets up, looking to, again, sprint to the finish line here.
Yeah, Zonseki trying to fight back with a vengeance, but it's Turbo with the piercing shot confirmed that's able to seal the deal and get that barrier gone. Nice flip from Social Fox, diffusing a lot of pressure that was going to be applied there with the water cannon, and Obscure Breads able to get the core with the tail end of that flip, saving that barrier, making the challenge of this double brawler comp to get that barrier down a lot harder for them. Look at all this speed from this now, by the way. Just able to control this core, walk to positions where goalies normally can't, and rely on their teammates to. It's the power of this accelerator, which is going unpunished thus far. Zonseki will be punished, though, taking blows from every single member of MF Doom. It's another power play. A nice flip from Flop in the midfield. Able to get that barrier down. Gets the Flame Flurry to boots! And the lock and load plus the punch make the core bounce in just the right way, where MF Doom make that goal happen out of thin air.
Yeah, so much coverage in that corner, and both the brawlers able to push it through. Obscure Breads has a ton of speed, and has, I think, made that set a lot longer than the previous set. Gave them a much better chance, because especially now as a character can just hit stun both the brawlers. It kind of stuffs out their opportunities and then has enough speed to cover everything else. It's a good matchup, but there's just too much pressure. The KOs are coming through, and now MF Doom pulling 2 sets ahead. They really need to win this set if they want to get it done. But big draft, we saw FWAP pick up Bulk Up. That's probably the biggest pick of the draft. And team player on Turbo now has 1-2 team player. We're going to be seeing a ton of core speed. Again, a great opportunity to try and bring this game back. Core speed is always going to be great into multiple melee characters, but with another KO, kind of hard to find out who to team player to, as Zonseki down, and now Obscure Breads and Turbo just forced on the defense here.
Yeah, but Obscure Breads most notably picked up stacks on stacks when team player and Manu were up for this now, recognizing that speed is their win con, and was able to help defuse this power play, stepping up and cutting the pass using all that speed. Breads is really the player to watch out here for, because it's the goalie's job to slow the game down, prolong the sets, and Obscure Breads will be doing just that with all this speed that they have.
Yeah, I mean, look at this guy. He's just moving so quickly. He has so much coverage, and boom! A great Oni's Blade coming out from Zonseki, putting it in. I believe this is the first time they've scored the first goal of the set, so again, MF Doom is kind of fighting against the clock here. They have to score as fast as possible, make these points very quick, just like that, because otherwise they're going to eventually get run down by the speed.
Yeah, and there's the speed again from Bread, saving that goal once more. Power play still good, and unfortunately that's a Garfield moment. Nice setup from FWAP to Social Fox. The lock and load's able to get it done right then and there. But still, I wouldn't be sweating too hard if I'm those who strike after, because we're close to reaching the point where we've outscaled the threat of this double brawler comp. But unfortunately, a power play with the pick-off Turbo isn't going to help their case, especially with the flip coming up from FWAP. Crazy angle, but isn't going to cash in on it quite just yet. Zonseki looking low, but is able to get healed back up. Still, though, the double brawlers trying to retain possession of this core and retain possession of a power play. There goes Zonseki, there goes a flip, and even though this barrier's down, it's far from over for MF Doom.
Yeah, certainly. They have this power play, looking to get the barrier, unable to right there, but still, those strike after have the core, have possession, are trying to get a push. Social Fox in the corner, looking for something. This barrier is still up. Again, Breads is so fast, able to share that speed with the now secondary. They just need to find an opportunity to get it in, but the defense from MF Doom is holding strong right now. Social Fox has a flip, might be able to do something with that. As FWAP able to dash in and get the barrier, it was a Super Surge start, has that dash awakening on the Juliet, has the water, and is looking to get something. Not quite able to find anything yet. Turbo has that core speed, and another Oni's Blade is going to be putting it in. Just Jack Limestone burning strike shot and primary there, looking for an up clear, not able to get it, and Zonseki striking down to put it in the bottom side. We could be seeing the first set win for those who strike after, and I think that would blow the game wide open for them.
Yeah, Zonseki making the most out of his awakenings, because two of them are completely cosmetic right now. But what isn't cosmetic is the point that MF Doom just earned. A nice flip from Social Fox, dissecting the pressure and shooting it straight at the goal. It's really interesting to see the push and pull here from both of these teams. And if those who strike after are able to win this set, dare I say, I think they've scaled hard enough to win the game. But this water cannon's super dangerous for them. Obscure Bread's on the wrong side of it. Still, though, they're going to retain their point here. Two flips to work with. Zonseki with the Oni's Blade. Turbo trying to cash it in bot side. Uses the flip, gets snuffed out, and also Social Fox gets snuffed out as well. Their flame extinguished for now, but both flips are gone and out for the count as FWAP is just hanging around, trying to cut passes when he can. Social Fox back online, and that barrier wasn't taken, so this is a huge boon for MF Doom. Looking to close it out right now is Jack Limestone, a little bit overzealous with the flip, gets punished for it. This is the worst case situation for them. Water cannon online, core in the dangerous spot, but Jack Limestone able to hold on to his nerves there, send it top side. A nice flip from Obscure Breads. Around the world we go once more, and Social Fox can't hold on to that core as the Cosmic Expanse is just big enough to save that goal. Zonseki Turbo overtime. This is great spot for them with the team player. Water cannon online. Turbo stays alive. So much chaos on the field as both these teams looking for the finishing touch. and the piercing shot is just that. Turbo seals the deal with it, and dare I say, the game by allowing them to scale even harder.
Yeah, boom. Able to save that game for a match point, grab a set of their own, and I'm looking at aerials for Turbo here. You're going to be seeing peak performance on Zonseki to help survive a little bit longer. Aerials being denied, picked up by Social Fox, actually going to be a great opportunity to, again, get a little bit of speed of their own, a little bit of mobility. But among Titans on Obscure Breads, we're talking 800 movement speed on this guy. It's going to be absurd. But in the meantime, Prize Fighter on Flop could come into play. You know, we've been seeing a lot of these dash punch KOs. Peak performance is not, unfortunately, going to help against that. So those who strike after, it's going to have to be very, very careful around these walls, as now all of a sudden we're looking at a different game.
God.
The script has been flipped. That is an 8-second point coming out from those who strike after.
Yeah, the double brawlers want to get those 8-second points, but they're getting speed blitz right now by Obscure Breads, sitting at a calm 609 speed. Stack's not even fully stacked. Yoshi, I'm sure you're familiar with the Antarctican secret server build. Mosquito now, because that's what Obscure Breads is. Going to be zooming across this field. I mean, the speed, the midfield pressure, Breads not afraid to step up, but so is Jack Limestone. It's just going to be such a hard challenge for these double brawlers to score on a now that can cover virtually the entire net with this movement speed.
Yeah, when she pops the secondary, after 5 seconds, because I was looking and it was 798 at second one.
God.
We'll be breaking the 800 move speed. It's just too fast. Of course, Among Titans does make Red smaller. It's going to be harder to hit those strikes, but with this much move speed, it might not even matter. And here, again, barrier down for both teams. A big KO onto Jack Limestone. Now both these brawlers left to defend, and you know what they say, forwards in the net. That's going to be going in right then and there. Those who strike after are starting to run away with this game.
Yeah, they're drawing out the game. They're allowing Obscure Breads to stack their stacks, allowing it to hit overtime where team player is just that much more potent. The core is going fast, and so are the players. Flop trying to get in there, but Obscure Breads with all the speed, all the time, patience in the world, just able to diffuse the offensive threat of this Juliet. These 1-2 punches from Drakkar and Juliet, they aren't hitting as hard as they once were, as what that dash punch will. Oh my god, a little bit overzealous there as Obscure Breads hung too close to the edge, and Flop, down but not out, is going to make you pay for that every time, and that's a huge kill for them as well, because the stacks are no longer stacked, so this Mosquito is looking a lot more like a bloated Flop, I guess.
Yeah, stacks down is such a big deal. That is a prize fighter stack for Flop right there. Could be getting some more. Boom! Almost gets a KO. Zonseki's orbs and rampage stacks are intact for now, but very scary situation. We've now, in this set, seen both goalies get taken out, so who knows what could happen here, but again, still 1 point away from getting to a set 5. Oh. Sorry, still 1 point away from getting from set 5 as Flop has jumped in there and tied up this set, bringing us to match point once again.
Yeah, speed can help you if you're hit stun. Those are the confirms that Breads has to look out for. And those are the only things that can get you. Look at Zonseki showing Jack Limestone one of his, but Flop takes them off the field. And a nice Molten Bolt from Social Fox. It's an open net situation with a chance for MF Doom to close it out right here. Offensive water cannon. A flip has been burned, but Turbo alone stands ahead of it all. Is able to diffuse the pressure. And now it's Zonseki's turn to strike, but the Oni's blade isn't going to ring quite true. But the Invis lock and load will. The power bonus made the core go way too fast. That's the hot shot glass cannon difference. And despite having so much speed, it comes down to that kill that Flop got on Breads. Those stacks would have made the difference. But the double brawler team, they were able to stuff out the worst of the scaling and they're able to get this game.
Yeah, it looked to be just out of their grasp for a little bit. Beginning of set 4 was just those who strike after starting to blitz them down, and they, MF Doom, gotta grab my bearings, were able to seal it up in the end. They were able to secure it, not go into a set 5. Again, that set was very close. We're talking 0.5 down to the wire. Set 3 was also very close. If we went to a set 5, I don't think the double brawler comp on Inkies is going to be securing that game, but they were able to seal it out in the end. Like you said, one big KO and the whole point swung in their favor, and they only needed to win 3 more. So they were able to do it, get it done. That's one game for MF Doom, and one game away from qualifying for landing next week. So for those who strike after, got to be a little scared. Of course, both these teams fighting for that landing qualification. Otherwise, I believe they're going to have to play in a NASA LCQ to secure the last 2 spots, or go to NASL. So the options are out there. The stakes for all have never been higher. This is it. Game 5, or I suppose Series 5 of Liftoff. They have to show up here, and MF Doom showing up on their comp, on their map pick. So we'll have to see which map those who strike after picked, and see if they have a strategy that can rival what MF Doom just pulled.
And I wonder, if you're Strike, where exactly would you want to take MF Doom? Because it's clear that they came into Inkies with this sort of double brawler speed blitz in mind to just overwhelm and she's points. And when you look at the stat line, Flop got 10 kills on Juliet on Inkies with Super Surge, Volk, Prize Fighter, the works. That makes you scared, doesn't it? Taking them to a traditional night market or some other corner offense map where these brawlers will have the ability to kill some more. So I wonder if they want to take it to some place like Oni's Village, where they'll have the passing lines, because Strike After, they're playing it a lot more traditional. Brawler, midfield, goalie, right? To exploit the weakness of this cheese is to pass open, pass free, use core control, and speed. But this was a cheese pick again, so you really don't know what cards MF Doom are holding close to their chests. So it's really interesting to see what they want to do to either neutralize a potential threat from MF Doom or play to their own strength. And my 2 cents is that they should probably play to their own strength, you know what I mean? Because I don't think that this sort of game plan from MF Doom is sustainable in the long run, especially now that they're thinking about it and they're aware of it.
Yeah, definitely. I think like the Nile pick is really good on Inkies. I think it's good into the double brawler, but I think a pick like they just slammed a Dubu, the humble Dubu. The double brawler just really shuts down. I think Drakkar has a pretty okay time into Dubu. You know, once you get the rollout, stall out the log, a strike shotgun, or just maybe a shotgun, you just raw dog it. That's going to be enough to get through the Dubu. But Juliet has a very tough time. Dash Punch can just get completely shut down by both of Dubu's main abilities. So it's just kind of one of those situations of like, you don't want to pick Dubu on Inkies, but MF Doom had a strategy knowing kind of the landscape of the map, and again, it was risky. It almost didn't work. I really do think that if that game goes set 5, they're cooked. But
Yeah.
they were able to make it happen. And so if I'm those who strike after, I'm thinking like that Juliet was really hard to deal with, and we're going to Tycho next map. That's Strike's pick. And so that's a great map for Juliet. Going to be getting a lot of dash punches there, I imagine. And since it's their map pick, they can't first pick Juliet. It might be worth a ban. Of course, there's so many brawlers that can get their KOs off the edges and stuff, but it's something to consider, because I think Strike has to sit down and say, like, how do we maximize our strengths and minimize theirs? And I think a big strength that they had was, again, flop on Julie, showing up and getting dash punches. That's going to be even more prevalent on this narrower map where people are, walking around on the edges, can get KOs off the drum when someone's staggered. I wonder what Strike is going to be able to pull out. And I'm thinking about their character pools and like, Breads could play pretty much anything. He's kind of the player to watch out for in this whole series. Multiple NASL guy in NASL. That's pretty big. Has seen NASL playoffs multiple times. Like, it kind of feels like MF Doom was able to figure out how to beat him in that last game. And so we're going to have to see if they can do it again this game. Otherwise, like, I'm very curious to see what he picks. My eyes are peeled. I'm watching because we saw Jack Limestone just lock the Atlas last game. And melee goalies are phenomenal on this map. Just you lock your Atlas, your Dubu, you Asher, maybe a Mako if you're feeling not bored. The opposite of bored, if you're feeling very content. But we'll have to see how it goes, as that's an Asher and Aimee ban coming out from MF Doom and those who strike after, respectively.
Yeah, we were talking a lot about potentially banning out Flop, but you have to remember that it's Social Fox on the enemy team with God's strongest Aimee, and allowing that into the game is just equally as bad, if not worse. And with the Glass Cannon Explo start, it offers a lot of chance to maneuver around and confirm with dashes or just raw MS and power. And I think that X for Doom is likely going to take Explo and be Superman in comparison to those who strike after running. Wait, are they using their tricks against them? Drakkar Aimee for strike, and then an Era, which I can only assume is goalie. They might try and do the same thing to them and use the corners and the sort of narrow lanes of Tycho to punish MF Doom, which is really interesting because they're running a traditional comp with brawler midfield and a melee goalie to lock it down.
Yeah, I think they are. I think that's an Era goalie for Breads, and then Turbo, known to play the Drakkar midfield. Drakkar, known to pick Drakkar. I'm very surprised that we saw Social Fox pick Drakkar and not Turbo. It was Inkeys, and it was part of their plan. But usually the traditional Era goalie double brawler comp features X and Juliet. X was off the board, but I think Drakkar fills in really well, able to have a lot of coverage, which is what X really excels at, is taking space and making things difficult in the midfield. Drakkar doesn't do it the same way, but is still able to have that coverage, has that haste on his secondary that's able to kind of mitigate any sort of deficit that you would have picking Drakkar in the midfield. But on Tycho, I think Double Brawler sounds a lot better. We'll have to see how it works out. We are also seeing Era goalie into X, which is an interesting matchup because obviously, boom, I've beamed you. You are small. You can't move. I froze your assets and killed your family. All of it's gone every 8 seconds, and that's really tough to deal with. But X is X, and if he's not shrunk, he's going to roll over any and every ranged goalie. So it's a very push and pull kind of tug of war situation. We'll have to see how it goes, but of course, if it's Breads piloting the Era, I think I'd be pretty confident in that. Call me bold for saying the NASL player is going to be looking good on this pick in this matchup, but I believe it. And so we're rolling into this match. We are seeing the pummelers on Zonseki, a lot of glass cannons, a couple explosive entrances. It is Superman X, which warms my heart that ability feels so bad without a Dash Awakening. So
Yep.
get a little bit of movement in there, and we are going to be getting right into it here.
Yeah, right into it. And right out of the gate, it is Strike. Striking first. There's Zaniseki pulling up with the Flame Flurry. Jack Limestone wise to evade, but can't really strike in that situation. Otherwise, he dies. An insane and swift point for those who strike second, who struck first, actually.
Yeah, soon struck them, and we are seeing a very similar situation to last game, double brawler comp, getting the barriers quickly, and that's, again, just something that they're going to excel at. They have so much pressure, and on a map like Taiko, movement is not as important. You can still take over with speed, and I think like Social Fox with enough mobility, getting a twin drive or some aerials or both, or Flop getting some peaks, some stacks, etc., is going to become very difficult to deal with. Until then, though, we're going to be seeing some good corner defense coming out from MF, or those who strike after. MF Doom trying to get it, getting a lot of damage onto Turbo, but not able to secure this kill. And both barriers still up for MF Doom. They're going to have to see if they can keep holding on as both barriers are down for Strike.
Yeah, Zaniseki in the pocket with the flip. Doesn't need to use it, but is able to confirm one barrier and confirm a kill onto the Estelle. It's a power play now for those who strike after. The flip is used, but it's going to get stuffed by X Maximus, plus the Astral Projection as we head into overtime, soundly into overtime. Energy on the side of those who strike after, who just got their second barrier. It's Turbo in the midfield using that invisibility, but Zaniseki a little bit too soon on the trigger. Now it's Flop hounding the midfield with the flip, but can't hold on to the core for long. Breads has a flip of their own, and that's a dangerous angle, but unfortunately Breads and Turbo aware of it. Flop with the core, Flop with the flip, and he's gonna pass to Social Fox! Wow, what a setup. Oh my god.
Yeah, great mix-up right there, and Social Fox able to catch the clear. Breads passing it up to Turbo there, just getting sniped out, and that's going to be 1 point for both teams now. A KO coming out, but the Atlas res also coming through. Social Fox lives to see another 14 seconds, and this is those who strike after's offense looking to get anything, able to get one barrier, but now stuck on the defense, and obviously the Era is going to be struggling a little bit more than the Atlas. One barrier each, and now both teams kind of fighting, trying to get ahead. That's going to be both barriers, and now those who strike after have an opportunity with a big KO onto Jack Limestone here.
Yeah, big KO, and Rose Warp is on cooldown. This is a very dangerous situation, but the kill is going so well right now. 2 seconds a lot until Atlas is on. But unfortunately, they got it into a nice spot. Tight corner is still ill-equipped for it. And those who strike after, able to cash in on a second point.
Yep, immense, like just gigantic KO coming out right there, and able to get the ball into that corner, get exactly what they were looking for. Just a nice push. Able to get another barrier there, but HP bars for those who strike after looking a little low. Turbo might get KO'd. Flop also sharing the same fate. Just struggling to hold on right here, as that's going to be a Molten Bolt. Not tagging Flop though. Does now, and that's a KO. That's a flip from Social Fox to save the barrier, but this is a power play for those who strike after.
Yeah, very familiar situation for MF Doom, and Jack Limestone just doesn't have the resources to deal with it. Nice back pass to get the tempo back and decidedly in their favor, but Flop online interrupts everything with Big Man X. Social Fox in the midfield has to win his ones, but Obscure Breads on Seki going to deny him for now. Still in the midfield is Social Fox, working the bot side corner, buying time for Flop to get into position. But a flip from Obscure Breads is going to deny him that. Back and forth we're going, and unfortunately, the hit stun from the Flame Flurry onto Jack Limestone makes his flip delayed, and the core goes in. A very fortuitous overtime timing for those who strike after, and they get the first set.
Yep, we're seeing a little Brawlernomics that play. Big hit stun, able to lock down Jack Limestone. And now, Zaniseki first pick. Not a whole lot of, like, Juliet Awakenings here. Going to be picking up
Yeah.
the Rampage, taking the size. That's going to be nice. Going to have to stay on the field, which he's been able to do so far. But if the damage comes out for MF Doom, which it seems like they're speccing into again, Estelle X, welcome back to beta. We are going to kill you. Gets that Deadeye and Quick Strike. That's going to be more strikes on the X Maximus, more damage on these beams, on these Crystal Thorns, on these everything, and Missile Prop. In addition to the Glass Cannon on Jack Limestone means that all of these primaries are going to be hitting like trucks. It is a lot of damage. It's going to be a little dangerous, and we're just seeing it come through right now, but that's also both barriers to Rampage stacks for Zonseki, and those who strike after are looking to run a little bit of a repeat of the first set.
Yeah, and in a strong spot to do so, as every single member conglomerating on the bot side of the field. Zonseki with the core uses a creative angle as Jack Limestone and Social Fox. They're low-key just trying to kill the play long enough for Turbo to fall off the map, but looks like he's going to cling onto his life for now. Social Fox looking to live onto his, and there he goes with a straight astral projection or strike shot. Some projectile from Jack Limestone. Turbo's taken off the map, and so is a flip from Zonseki trying to buy enough time for his man to get back online, which he does at such a great timing that barrier is going to stay strong for now as those who strike after try to work this offense, clearing it out away from Flop, and there's a dash punch from the mid line to get it done.
Yeah, great work from Zonseki. We saw Social Fox being patient on the strike, not looking to clear it down to Jack Limestone or clear it up and away, just waiting to see what happened. But unfortunately, Zonseki just rushing in there, able to stop that. We see Turbo picked up the extra special, is going to be throwing out these Molten Bolts, and again, just reducing the mobility of the enemy team, especially with an Aragoli. You're able to really get that mobility advantage. A little bit of speed for the squad, and a lot of damage themselves. Going to be nice for setting up Zonseki for some dash punch KOs if he can get some staggers. But until then, we're only going to be seeing it. I think it's like 20 seconds. That's a really short cooldown. That's going to be something they want to take advantage of. In the meantime, though, Zonseki trying to save these Rampage stacks, playing life, able to get out, get unstaggered, but all barriers up. That's a big KO, though, and here is those who strike after's chance.
Yeah, held on the defense for quite a long time, and they're still going to hold on to both barriers. Power play, 2 more seconds to cash in, but beautiful defense from MF Doom as well. Zonseki with the flip, but without a teammate, still going to try and keep the core offensive, is able to equalize 2-on-2 situation, but one barrier is going to fall. The core speed, the damage, it's flowing for both teams here as Turbo comes back online, and so will Social Fox in a moment's notice. Now, in an equal situation here, Turbo's on Seki. They're trying to fight for possession in the midfield, not going to find it. They'll only find a second bear being taken as the sustained pressure from MF Doom will come true. 2 flips to work with, but it's Flop dribbling the core for what seems to be an eternity before he shoots it bot side. And if there's any consolation for those who strike after, it's the fact that they have lots of energy to work with.
That they do. 2 big flips could make a massive difference, and that's Zonseki with 2 Rampage stacks. I have to do a little bit of math. That Awakening got re-added, and it gives 5% size with every stack, so we're looking at 15% size on Zonseki. Not bad, and we could be seeing some more. Not quite, though. That's 1 flip down. Bread still has this flip, though. Has been making magic happen with these flips, by the way. That first point,
Yeah.
He was able to save the barrier just magnificently with the flip. Able to get it just in time, too, so phenomenal energy management, would expect nothing less. But now Jack Limestone with the flip, both goalies able to have this defensive potential. And flip burned, though. That's going to be tough as both barriers are down, and now MF Doom looking to make something happen this set.
Yeah, Jack Limestone pushing forward with the flip, but Obscure Breads wise to it. Zonseki trying to dribble it to the bottom, is unable to win that one. Jack Limestone gets the better of him, and Flop gets the better of Turbo. Zonseki looking worse for wear as well. Will be prone to falling off the board at a moment's notice, but it won't matter as Social Fox gets Breads into a checkmate situation all on his own. And that's the second point for MF Doom.
Yep, another point on the board. That's another flip for Flop right there. can make something happen. And still, though, Turbo has been the only one getting KO'd on the side of those who strike after, and a big KO coming out for them. But that means that Rampage and Orb stacks for Zonseki and Breads, respectively, are going to be intact. And so, very, very funny that's worked out this way, but we're seeing Turbo looking low again. Power play not amounting to anything, unfortunately, for those who strike after. And MF Doom able to get one barrier, able to get another KO, and this is looking like they're set to win.
Yeah, absolutely, but Flop is looking a little bit low here with Sonseki's flip. Could be dangerous, but the Celestial Intervention will heal him back into the play, allows him to bull rush with confidence. And there goes that second barrier. It's an open net situation for MF Doom as they still retain possession of the core, but Breads, so much movement speed off the Orb Dancer, is able to find that clear. Sonseki hounding this core, but the Cosmic Expanse will deny him for this moment. Still trying to push forward the dash punch. Every single crucial ability from Zonseki has whiffed the core. This barrier will stand, and Jack Limestone has a flip. Going to use it, beats out Zonseki once more. A flip for a flip as they work bot side, and that's a whiff strike timing. So we're able to equalize in the sets, or in the barriers, but not in the man. As Turbo gets down once more. Social Fox very close to a flip, is going to dribble the core a little bit. Has it, but unfortunately didn't use it there. Flop's bell ringer is going to be a little bit too late. Obscure Breads makes magic happen once more, but there's nothing to do with a cross-map flip pass in that situation. And MF Doom are able to secure this set.
Yeah, immaculate defense coming out from those who strike after, but unfortunately just not enough, unable to get over the finish line there as MF Doom able to get a nice strike, and all they need is one. Once barriers are open, you just need one good interaction, and that's going to be Twin Drive on Jack Limestone. We saw both barriers went down for MF Doom that last point because they were able to burn all the Atlas abilities and keep up the pressure the entire time. With Twin Drive, that's going to be much more difficult to deal with. We are seeing Breads pick up stacks and Prize Fighter on Zonseki. Now, if that guy dives, it's over. It's never been more over. He's going to have to play life and just be so careful. And we might be seeing a big focus from MF Doom on him. That's Prize Fighter down already. And that's a tough start as we see Flop picked up that size. He's going to have size, quick strike, and extra damage on his impacts. And it's a little bit of a slaughter out here.
Yeah, like lambs to the slaughter. One person dropping after the other. All three members swarming Obscure Breads. Zonseki's playing with 2 Dead Awakenings. Little bit of deja vu from Zentaro on Inky's. 2 Dead Awakenings can't be a good thing, but he's going to try and make it work like he once did before. But still, one barrier down. Offensive pressure roaring for right now, but Turbo, he just can't insert himself into these plays because he's been dying so long, so much. And Flop is able to get that second barrier down with the X Maximus. Jack Limestone with the flip, and there's the kill onto Breads. 2 members on those who strike after with 2 Dead Awakenings. Things could not be looking worse.
Yep, it's only set 3, but that's no orbs, no stacks on Breads. No Prize Fighter, no Rampage. That is 2 barriers, though, right off rip for those who strike after. And this set is not looking in their favor.
Yeah, not in the slightest, but they still have a lot of pressure to work with, and there's a cheeky point coming out. Even though both members of those who strike after were looking battered and bruised, they got the job done in the end, and this is crucial for them. They're buying Obscure Breads a lot more time to stack his Awakenings once more, and that's a nice kill out of Turbo. Rolls reverse as there's a power play now for those who strike after, and that's a crazy double angle, but Jack Limestone gets the better of it, preventing the worst, but not for long. This is a dangerous situation, but the flip centimeters from the goal line isn't going to ring true. Zonseki out of the play as he runs to munch an orb, and the worst of it is now over for MF Doom. Guys, I think Yoshi isn't talking anymore. So it's back to me again. Somehow, some way, this Atlas has died, and now we're equal 2-2. I don't know how this is happening. Really, I don't. Because 2 points ago... Oh, hello, Saya. Yeah, absolutely, but they have possession of the core. They're working this offense on the long side as Flop tries to insert himself and run interference. Turbo, though, still feeding forward. Zonseki gets hit by every single ability in the book. Now we slow down the play, buy time for the forward to heal up a little bit, and that's a burn flip from Social Fox. A huge boon for those who strike after as they look and get the second barrier and keep their dreams alive. Yeah, as solid as ever as they look to activate this offense even further, but they're able to get it cleared. It's overtime, so these cores are going to go red and go so fast as Social Fox is able to get the better of Obscure Breads, as well as Fwop getting a kill, but it doesn't even matter as Social Fox uses the core speed to his advantage and gets the 3rd point they need for MF Doom to take this set.
Okay, I'm realizing that my subbing was useless because they couldn't hear me because the mic setting was wrong, but we're here for the draft at the very least. And, well, if you look at the draft, though, there are some more awakenings that are a bit of hazards. And maybe might be some awakenings that you don't want to pick on the left side of the screen. The new ones, not quite the right option here, but I think what my eyes are on is that team player from Obscure Breads that can really warp the game, get the core forward more easily, and put a lot more pressure on Jack Limestone, but it's not going to be easy.
Yeah, but it's because of Breads being an iron wall on the defense, allowing these sets to take a long time. That team player will be dangerous, but it also means that his forwards have more time to die, and they have been doing a lot of that. As we skirmish in the midfield here, fighting for possession, Turbo once again in a familiar situation, running, scurrying to get an orb, and will do so, but still looking battered and bruised. Out of the play, trying to pass up to him, but he's just so scared to push forward, knowing that at a moment's notice, he could drop like a fly.
Absolutely, and hey, I'm back. Hi fellas. I was assassinated, but MF Doom pulling ahead this game. They just have such an immaculate damage comp, and I feel like they are playing it very confidently. We're seeing Social Fox pump out a lot of damage, and it's really inhibiting this double brawler comp because obviously they have no mobility. They are very slow. The era is supposed to make up for that, but the era doesn't have a ton of defensive potential, which it's the risk that they're running. It's the push and pull that they have playing this comp. But if one of their members goes down, if they're not the ones doing the KOing, then all of a sudden it's just not going to matter very much. They are just playing the entire game with worse settings, and that's not going to amount to much when they're just getting killed over and over again. That being said, a KO comes out, but that's going to be flips burned for MF Doom, and now those strike after, if they can survive this situation, they have an open net. Atlas does not do exceptionally well in such a situation. They might be able to push it through. Zonseki is back. This is their chance.
Yeah, this is their chance. This is overtime, but Social Fox reads it to perfection. Probably going for Copper and just chipping out Zonseki and gets the team player pass as well. That's the first point for MF Doom. 2 more before they win and they qualify. Nice live from Jack Limestone, just ripping away any sort of momentum. And that's just a worst case scenario. The Taiko drum plus the X Maximus. My God.
Yeah, that has got to be rough for those to strike after, as we are on series point, we are on qualification point for landing here. We are watching Fwop, instant transmission across the screen, as that's looking like another KO on Zeki. Zonseki soon to be, And those strike after, it's do or die right here. They have to find these barriers. They have to find these points. They have to stop the momentum that MF Doom is pulling up with. Otherwise, that's going to be very tough. They need to make it happen at this point. They've got one barrier. They have the control. They have all the offense. But they also have Turbo taking a lot of damage. And that's going to be tough to deal with here.
Yeah, Turbo denied any opportunities to shine in this game as he gets a gray screen for the next 13 seconds. Jack Limestone walking up with the flip. It's centimeters. It's disaster as MF Doom. They will not be denied. Flipping forward, overwhelming Breads, who tried so dang hard. At the end of the day, the KO on repeat on Turbo, the denial of any sort of active awakening on Juliet's, it's just too tall an order for him to handle. And MF Doom will qualify, while those who strike after will not.
Yep, that's going to be MF Doom. Guaranteed NASA minimum in terms of leagues. Chance to qualify for NASL, going to landing, going to be next week. And that's phenomenal. Boom, MF Doom. They were talking themselves up a lot, have been for the past few weeks, and they showed up. Able to make it in the end, but made it nonetheless.
Yeah, but unfortunately, that is all for us for this Liftoff tournament. It's been a pleasure hosting you. I'm Too Soon, and I'm glad to see that Z Yoshi is back from the dead. Surprise. Any last words before you die again?
Yeah, I climbed out, but I'm going back, and it's gonna be dark and it's gonna be difficult. But we will be back next week again for landing. You're gonna be seeing 12 teams fight out for 4 slots in NASL. That's the big ticket. You're not gonna want to miss it. So be there or don't be there, and I'll be really sad. And that
Yeah,
would
don't make
suck.
him
So
sad.
don't make me sad, and you won't like me when I'm sad. So we'll see you then. Bye.
Peace.